Boy, I'm going to tell you something, Sonny. It is time again for me to play DayZ. I'll be right back. I gotta go grab a drink while I'm waiting for the initialization of the stream to happen and for a whole bunch of footage to not be lost because it doesn't like it whenever I start streaming. You know, I have to lose a whole bunch of footage. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a Coke. Oh, man, it has been a long time since I played on ARMA 3 Exile. Boy, I tell you something, Sonny. Last game I played of this was Finders Keepers, I believe. Ara, old friend from the days of AEOG way back in the day, set me onto this server, saying it was reminiscent of the olden days of AEOG, and there are a few less than subtle differences between AEOG and this server. For example, Altar is not the safe zone. Your northeast airfield here is also not an airport safe zone. And your boat safe zone is right here above Skeletsky Island. And obviously you've got your Green Mountain safe zone that seems to be so popular, along with your Gorka safe zone. So that's that. There is no Northeast Airstrip Island. There is no Sector X or Sector Zero or whatever it was. There's no Radiation Zombie Island. The map is not shaped the same, but it feels to me like, and I might be wrong about this, but it feels like it's taller. Like I don't remember Astari Yar. I do remember Tizzy though. Huh. It feels larger, but then again, I haven't played in so long, and I'm pretty sure there was a Novo. So, I don't know. It's big to me, because it's been a hot minute since I've done this. And I'm excited to get back into it, dude. Like, I want to go down to Cherno. I want to get silly with it. This has been a long time coming for me to get back into this, and it just feels right to play this again. Only thing I will say about it is I'm completely by myself. I have done just a skosh of investigating on my own thus far. You know, running around, grabbing guns, and then coming back and selling them, just so that I can get the team name reserved of Reyn Fallen. So that's been done. And in the midst of all that, I've shot a bunch of zombies. There was one that was the explodey zombies, so trap zombies are a thing, as well as on this server, they've got sprinting zombies. Something I wouldn't have expected. I've got enough to be able to buy a car, but I want to save up my money because how much is a territory? Territory's 5,000. What's up, Swell Outdoors? There's a bit of an echo with the mic. Just FYI, give me a second. I need to listen to that. Thank you for saying that. Let's see here. Do a little bit of this action. Just take a listen real quick. See if there's something I can fix. Territory's 5,000. What's up, Swell Outdoors? There's a bit of an echo with the mic. Now, the question now becomes, should I change it? Because that's gangsters. I don't know if I want to change it now. That sounds delightful. Surely there's got to be a setting here I'm missing. Let's see. Is it my webcam? No. Default. Let's see if changing it to default changed anything. Does it still sound echoey? Because I don't have, like, my webcam isn't connected for audio. Yeti mic and Yeti Nano are both running. What if I do this little number right here? Is it good now? Yeah, I found the setting. I had two of the exact same mic input going. Okay. Now we're cooking with gasoline. Alright, well, let me set this instead of being default because I think that screws with the volume. Let me put it back to the Corsair 80s. And yeah, I just had two of the same mic input going. So that's huge. Thank you so much for thank you so much for bringing to my attention just how godlike my voice sounded there. But yeah, 5,000 for a base 1 territory. I'm gonna wind up. Obviously, I do this every time I play the game. I'm going to end up trying to build a base. But for the time beazle, I would like to make my way over here to Green Mountain. My responses are laggy, like 20 seconds at least. Yeah, I've got a stream delay of 20 to 30 seconds. I don't remember what it was, but I intentionally set that years and years ago, back whenever I was playing this thing religiously, which I just realized my camera is massive. Do a little bit of that action where I'm not hogging all of the screen there. But yeah, I put a delay on the stream a good bit back because I did not want people stream sniping me as heavily as they were on the AEOG server, and it made no difference. People still did, and I still lost my base, and my entire team left me because they didn't like that I was streaming. Despite the fact that I'm the one that made the guild and told them I was streaming. But regardless, the first time I went through this, it taught me a lot, and I don't know how much of that is still relevant all these years later. But I do know one thing. I do like looting, I do like running around, and I do like building bases. And so this game is perfect for that. And I'm just happy that ARMA set me on it, because there's been something missing from the rotation lately. Obviously, Repo has been fantastic, one of the best extraction games ever made. Warframe is just always Warframe. It's always perfect. Yeah, PoE 2's new league just came out, so that's been... It's been okay. It's been PoE. I've been enjoying the Spear. But this game had so much serotonin linked with it. And looking back, I know why I quit AEOG when I did. And I understand where I was coming from, if I could speak about myself in the third person as if I was, you know, some other guy. But man, even with the problems that were on that server, it could have been resolved by going to a different server and continuing to play, because there's just such a satisfying loop with playing Exile in ARMA 3. It's got everything that Escape from Tarkov has going for it, except that it's one big continuous world. And, you know, you've got all of the fun accomplishments that you can get with Escape from Tarkov without the immersion-breaking factor of going out of the world and into the menu. That's basically the what this has got over at Tarkov. That and vehicles, because vehicles are fun. Who goes there?
Me.
That's huge.
I'm back.
You stuff in your face quite delightfully.
Yeah.
What you eating?
It is some chicken thighs that I did in the barbecue and a tagine and chili pepper, like, dry rub on a tabbouleh salad with a bit of cheese.
I had a microwave cheese sandwich earlier.
Yeah, you know, well.
Go over here throwing out the tabbouleh and all that. Golly!
Come over and cook for you one day or something.
Hey, I'm driving to South Carolina tomorrow. I'll just be a tiny bit closer. By about 3 hours.
Yeah, just 32 more hours to go.
Yep. A swift jaunt. So yeah, I drop by Novi Sobor here on my way through. Hopefully find something to sell. I also need to look for a power pole, because power poles can spawn the quad boxes underneath them, and then you don't have to sprint everywhere, which is nice whenever that's available. But obviously there's not going to be power poles on a dirt road. Everybody knows these backwood hillbillies don't have power. I say as a backwoods hillbilly with power. So I've looked at the server rules for this particular server. As you should always do whenever you drop into one of these. You join the Discord, you look over the server rules. And the restrictions on base building are as follows. If you can place your flag, you can build there. On Accounta, they went ahead and took the creative liberty of blocking off all of the restricted areas already, which is something that AEOG did not do. Assuming whatever mod that they were using didn't have that capability, so that's really cool that you can just plop down your flag without having to drag out the measuring tape and wonder whether or not you're building in the right spot. Also, I have noticed I've got to get a new microphone or I've got to get a stream deck or something because, man, I was trying to sit in my truck one day on lunch break and watch back through the annoying things tier list that we just did, trying to come up with, you know, a way to supercut it so that it would be a shorter video that people would actually watch. And my mic is so damn quiet. I have to yell, and I've gone through my Windows device settings. I have gone to my mic, and I have set it at as high a volume as I can. I've gone into Streamlabs, and I've set it at the highest volume I could set it in Streamlabs. It makes no difference. I have to shout in order for my mic to sound normal, and I don't know why that is. It's annoying.
Sounds normal to me.
Well, yeah, but you can adjust my volume in Discord.
True. What do I have you at? I have you at 99%.
But if you listen back on one of the streams, you'll hear, like, specifically one where somebody else is in the call with me. Like, if you listen to the recording of the stream that's going now, your voice is going to be significantly louder than my voice, and any amount of game sound is going to drown out my voice.
That's where I still recommend that you get OBS Studio instead of Streamlabs for your recording.
And how is that going to make any difference whenever both settings decks are the same?
So they're not the same. I don't think they are the same anymore. On my OBS Studio, what I can do is I can put Discord as its own audio, and then you mute your desktop audio, but you leave like Discord and your game as audio. So you're not getting like your Steam announcement is not going to ping. But then what you can do is lower your game audio a little bit, lower the Discord audio a bit, and then it'll be in line with yours.
But I can do that with a slider bar that I've got in my mixer in Streamlabs. The problem is my own voice is turned up as high as I can get it. And I can turn down the desktop audio where it won't drown out. Like, I can turn it down to half of what it is now with this little slider, the gold slider. But I can't turn my own voice up any higher is the problem. So
you can really add another game booster as a filter, but it's going to cost you at audio quality. So like right click on your thing, filters, and then add a gain booster. But you're going to see that your quality is going to go down.
Gotcha.
Sorry, my mouth was full.
That's huge. Unlike your mouth. Let's see. Okay, so if I was right-clicking my property... Is it properties or... No, it's filters. It's filters. Edit filters. Add filter. Filter type gain. Do this. And then turn up my volume ridiculously. I really hope that didn't make it tremendously loud. What if I talk...
My thing, I got your YouTube muted, so I didn't get a thing.
Let me see if doing this, talking at a normal tone... Blasey this, blasey that, and then pull up my stream, and then unmute the stream. I really hope that didn't make it such a satisfying.
My thing, I got your YouTube muted, so I didn't get a thing.
Let me see if that fixed this, talking at a normal tone. Veli, I wish you'd quit having good ideas. We need to talk about your ideas and how you keep having good ones, okay?
We'll chalk it up to life experience.
Okay, all right.
I got a few years on you still.
I'll allow it. All right. I did need to stop there anyways because the loot pool, as you could see, there was nothing in this building, and now there is. Got to wait for loot waves to render in whenever a player just enters an area. So hopefully I can find a quad bike. That gate being open is... That gate being open is, as well, moderately miffing to see gates open. Unless they spawn open. And I don't think they do. Let's see, not a thing except a can of D's nuts, which is humongoloid, and I'm probably gonna have to get a drink. Oh, no, I have a soda, don't I? Yeah, I have a yerba mate, which is what you drink if you're a yerba. Here we go. Give me this action. Excellent. F. I forgot that I set an interact key to F. Excuse me. Seems to be a bit of ridiculousness going on over there. Uh-huh. Well, I'm sure it's none of my
bodily
business.
functions will be highlighted with your mic increases.
Excellent, excellent. That's just what I wanted. So you're telling me I could slobber all over the mic now?
Yeah.
That's huge? So now that I've got my fedora, they go as Zamba Lamba Red Pajamba? Come here, Pokey. Actually, where are you going? Are you latched onto someone right now? I know that sometimes they'll spawn and just roam. But if he's aggroed to somebody, I want to see it. And that bell at the church doesn't ring unless there's somebody near it. Now, zombies do count as an entity. So they can cause that bell to ring if they get close to it. But
Did you yourself count?
I count. I can cause the bell to ring. What is he tracking? Is he tracking anything? That's what I would say if I was batshit insane. Okay, that pink house. God, I've got one tracking me. Yeah, I'll deal with you in a second. I want to see where this Zambalamba's going. Or if there's anything for me to worry about. I've seen open gates.
I'm gonna go water myself real quick.
Okay, hope you grow.
The dude that does the death lips in the pictures is asking me to come over right now. I can't.
Let's see. I don't see a guy. I think it was just roaming. No loot right here.
So, is the density this low on zombies usually? Like, to me, it seems like there's a low density, but is there an idea behind that?
It depends on how many players are in an area, usually, as well as which towns you're in, because certain towns have a higher density depending on, like, difficulty and loot, rarity and stuff such as that. Let's see. He didn't even have a backpack on. No loot whatsoever. I hate it whenever zombies don't have loot. And this is a... I don't think these shotguns sell for much at all. 600, that's not... that's at least something. And then there's something right here that's clipping under the ground. Where is it right there? Scrap metal? Metal you need. Nah, not right now. I don't have a base.
Oh, joyous day!
But eventually, once I do acquire a base of operations... Is that a grizzly bear? Oh.
Grizzly bear.
That was that zombie from earlier. That just walked back over here. He had nothing on him. Excellent! Cooked dog food. Good boy, it says. I'm a good boy. That is true. I am the bestest boy. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and pop out my quad and just scamper on to, Oh, finally found ammo for my Uzi. Go ahead and scamper onto the Green Mountain. But first I'm gonna drink my yerba mate.
Those who skip
There we
scamper.
go. You haven't seen anybody scamper like you've seen me scampering. And then I don't think loot had spawned in here, although it would be beneficial to go in there and see if there's any screws in that barn. Another Nergy drink, and then what is that, a light bulb? That's a light bulb. How many Bambis does it take to replace a light bulb? None. They don't know what a light bulb is. Ha ha ha. Okay, that was lame. I, for one, thought it was hilarious.
I also thought it was hilarious.
Yes. It was the funniest thing I've heard since I listened to goats. That door down there is open. Loot spawning has occurred. That is a surety. And this is the thing? Water canister empty. I can loot this. And it's worth 30. I'm assuming that's something you need for building like a well or some kind of water pump at your base. What do we got here? More screws. Yes, dude. Requisite bricks, which I don't remember being of any value. A 12-gauge shotgun that's too big by a landslide. Bricks are too big. Alright, I'm going to get outside the fence over here and spawn in the quad. So that I may begin with the quadifications. Quaddle canal. Okay. Use. And embark? No. Embark. There we go. Excellent. All according to my sinister schemes. Out here with my fedora. Alright. 5 is the earbuds. I love it. This moves a lot faster than the AEOG Bambi quad, because the Bambi quad couldn't get up above 40 kilometers an hour. And you had to go and buy an actual quad for 4,000 caps, no less, in order to go a normal speed of 70 to 80. I remember quite a few quad misadventures because these things pop like balloons if you hit them on anything. I say as I'm driving through a minefield of trees right now. Here we go. I'm huge. Is that a vehicle down there? Or is that just a rock? What are you? Uh-huh. Well, we'll take it all. That's big. Metal boards? Here, drop this on the ground. And drop that on the ground. And then give me, the metal boards. As well as the Mountain Dupe and Vishprin. And can I grab anything? I can grab the exhaust. How much is an exhaust? 450. Okay. Well, that was pretty humongous. So I just left that there. That was, the remnants of a car mission. Wonder what kind of stuff I'm going to need for base building. And how long the Bambi base protection is, if it's like the 7 days thing. Or if it's going to be, if I don't build a cube around the base of the flagpole immediately, it's just going to get taken. That's NPCs! They have roaming NPC machine gun cars. My goodness, that is my first death thus far at 26 minutes in. I have officially died to NPCs. Good gracious. Alright. Gotta look out for those chaps. Well, I was going to Green Mountain specifically because I would like to build over Hyanda Way. There is a spot right here in between Vybor, Cabino, and then Veresnik where I always like to farm for base building parts. So I was thinking about building somewhere in this area. Way back in the day, we had a base over here next to the lumber yard, like just up here. Whenever I was with Overguard or Overwolf or whatever the place was called. So I'll spawn at Kaminka this time. And I'll do a Halo. Do a Halo spawn. Why can't I? Okay. So I think what I'm going to do instead is ground spawn. Because that went over pretty poorly. Could I go and find myself and maybe, like, take the parachute and use that as a backpack? That was pathetic. Good grief. Where did I fall? It's just a bit of a, it's a skosh of a disruption in the general proceedings, I gotta say. There I am! The stickiest of wickets is this, I didn't stick the landing. Okay, so I can't take the parachute. Yes, I can take the parachute. I'm weird. There we are. Alright. I have a parachute. It's so goofy. Hey, a chainsaw. I've already got one. Gotta have that to be able to cut down trees. If you do not have an axe, give me one of these. Excellent. And then get these orange, bright, confounded clothes off of me. So now I look like a race car driver. Que es esto? Esto es villager clothes. That's slightly less loud, but still pretty, everybody look at me. The old Zuber. Hated this gun in King of the Hill. Gosh, my ear. There we go. Glorious knackwurst of the cooked variety. And I do want to look at this. The capacity on this is 120, but the capacity on this is 140. Okay, so I'll obviously go with the thing with the higher capacity. And then what is this now? A new Shanka? I have a new Shanka. That's not textured properly in the back of my head. Okay. So, first things first, I need to get a quad bike. And go ahead and drive to Green... Excuse me. Drive to Green Mountain. Has the loot not spawned in here? There's no light switch in this room, I'm noticing. So this luminaire is always on or always off. Yeah, the loot hasn't spawned at this house yet. Hello? Why is it not spawning? Weird. Okay, so it's not just this house, it's like the whole loot wave hasn't happened yet. Moderately miffing. Can I get a loot spawn wave, please? This is, like, there's, like, come on now. Let's go. Bad part about this is if that's not spawning inside these houses, that means I'm not going to be able to find a quad bike. Like, right here, this power pole doesn't have a quad bike under it. Did I see a person over there? To the right of that little brown house there with the shed in front of it, the bus stop. Unless I guess my mess. I think I saw a person. Yeah, here comes that zombie I gotta deal with. Okay. That was... He got a little bit close to me, and to be honest, that was, concerning. How it didn't seem like anything I was doing was damaging him. Okay, can I have the backpack? Whatever, I'll take the parachute back. I can't loot the backpack off that guy. Another Vishbrin, which is always nice to have. And hello. There we go. Deliciousness.
Just the guy I was looking for.
There's two zombies over here. So there's definitely a guy. Get. Oh my god, the jump.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? How did I manage to clip myself inside of a hen house? Get over the fucking fence!
What are you playing?
I'm playing ARMA 3, DayZ. Shenanigans. It is quite delightful. Ooh, they left me a scorpion. Scorpion, so good, Mark. And then that is a beanie, which is, again, not interacting correctly with the top of my head. What is that? That's a sniper. Put that down. Give me the backpack. Can I put the steer... I can put the... No, I can't. Okay. There's no reason for me to have a parachute. Come on. What am I doing? Am I stupid or something? Where's the Samba Lamba Red Pajama? There are sprinting zombies on this server. Then get away from that as quickly as I can. There's a zombie over there. Big old chungus of a sniper, but I don't need a sniper right now without a scope.
I'll be back.
That's huge. Is this a better backpack? Check. Scout backpack. How big is this? Capacity of 200 versus capacity of 60. Okay. The requisite nuts. And go ahead and eat the glorious knockwurst. I have to have a can opener. Ooh. That is concerning because the can openers are not common. I was hoping, so the reason I've been hanging out so long is I was hoping I would run into whoever it was that was here before me. But oh, that's a gas pump. I thought that was a dude.
Oh my god.
There we go. Alright, let me get a quad bike and get out of here before I actually get nailed by somebody who's just hiding around, talking to clowns, never thinking that I'd find you. Assuming quad bikes exist, I saw several boxes on the ground, and now that I'm looking for one... What is this? Capacity of 280. Okay, that's a big upgrade. Purple backpack. Okay. Too many open doors for my taste. Ooh, there's a quad bike right there. Can I have? Yep, I can have, and then I can get out of the middle of the street. Sexcellent. I'm the CEO of Sex. Who is that?
Did you happen to see the ascendancies for the Huntress?
No, I did not. I didn't look at it. I am fine with it being spoiled, though.
I've never had so much trouble picking between two.
They're just that good?
Possibly. There's an Amazon who can life leech based on your elemental as well as your physical damage. And there is the life flasks. Sorry, mana flasks also recover life, so you would have double the health pots.
Uh-huh.
Or the other tree here with 20% increased movement speed while an enemy with an open weakness. So if you're doing bleed damage, you have 20% movement speed.
That's big.
Now the other one, the Ritualist, one arc gets you an extra ring slot And the end of it is 25% increased bonuses from equipped rings and amulets.
No, that has to be better because imagine the resistances you could get.
Exactly, right? Like that's why I'm like it. That would trump Life Leech, I think. Yeah, we're doing it.
What is this area? Okay. Little military outpost over here. I see some open doors. Eh. I'm good. I don't think the field pack is better than what I was wearing. 200 versus this one. Yeah. That's not any better. In case Esta, multi-pocket vest black. How much is this? 140 versus this, which is 70. Okay. Got a God rays coming through the trees there. That's huge. Need some good spawns here. Assuming whoever it was that went in front of me wasn't just absolutely harvesting this place. Always concerned about those tall buildings. Ooh. Nah. Signs of loot life, though. Gosh. Please tell me there's something inside of here. An EMR with 3 magazines. Don't mind if I do. And it's auto. Is there only one? No. Give me the rest of the mags. You crazy? You absolute gallywinker. Okay, and then how much is this gun actually worth? 1,500, you say? Interesting. An RGL on this. This thing has 400 rounds. Oh, I can't put that in there. How much is this gun worth, though? 900? Alright, give me... Let's compare and contrast the ammo damage. You got 11.5 for this thing, and then this is 9. But, which is a thing that I have behind me, considering that this has a much higher ammo capacity, much more ammo availability. Get out of here before the zombie. You missed. Yeah, I'm inclined to go with the thing that has higher ammo capacity. What is this? A scope. How do you swap to the... I guess I can't swap. And then this is an AWM, which is worth how much? 1,800, just a casual nearly 2K. Okay. And then the Bushmaster, which is worth 900. Alrighty then. So, get these magazines out of here. Can I fit this? I can't. This is also worth 900. I'll just go with this since they're both the same. Ooh, hello. There we go.
I'm back.
That's huge.
What are you playing?
I'm playing ARMA 3
Number 3.
on a DayZ server. The sudden blast of being able to see. Alright, so I'm going to scamper over here just a little good ways and then drive the rest of the way to, what's it called? Get this off of my screen. And then, I don't think I have a drink, do I? I don't have a drink. Crud cookies. Oh, there's a zombie right there. Alright. So, let me deal with this zombie real quick. Reload that. Hide right here. And then go in here. Click on this. Do this. There we go. Excellent. One other thing I'd like to do is get the scope off of here so that I can use this at nighttime, because I do not have an NVG for that. I'm just straight up running back into the... There's a ping there. Didn't realize I was running back into the banister. Alright, use this. Take me to Green Mountain. All sneaky beaky like under the cover of darkness. It is cool that they spawn Bambis with NVGs because, dude, this game is so dark at nighttime. Like, look at this. This is without the NVGs on. Horrifying. How little you can see. That was no way out of that. Trees formed the perfect alliance there to fight me off. The evil driving human. There is a disturbing amount of base raiding going on. Constant safe hacking and flag hacking.
Oh, crap.
Is that, I'm assuming that's Chernogorsk. Under the cover of night. These fences are murder. You could barely see them until you're up on them. See? They're right there. That almost got me. bestäuben. Okay, at some point, I've got to go over there to that side of the map and look for a base location. I think I'm going to go ahead and sell off what I've got, buy my base flag, and then skip scamper over there. But I'm sure once I get over there, the whole neighborhood is going to be eaten up with people. Of course, what I could do is go up on top of Overwatch Mountain in between Skalitsky and Electro, and what's it called? Piskalovka, I think is the name of the mountain.
Piskalovka.
And then build a base up there. Just like in the days of yore. Let's see. Was I right? Yeah, Pizkozlova, not Kalovka. Pizkozlova is where I had a base at. Man, I should check that out. See if anybody's already there, because it's very good for helicopters, and it's very hard to raid because of its location.
Hello.
Who was there?
Who's
It was over.
who's that?
It was Elfer. Guess he was having mic issues. Alright. As for you, trade with me. Give me magnificent things. Take my ghillie rifle. Take my AUG. Not gonna take my quad kit. And then from there, I guess I'm good. An energy drink would be good to have. Yeah. But how do you buy this?
Oh, Caleb,
Hmm?
do you want to drop down the channel to watch the yellow route thing that I was doing?
Yes.
Already, we're gonna be in BC1.
Okie dokie. And I have a can opener. There's no reason for me to waste this not worst. No. No reason for that. And then as for the locker, if I was a locker finding person, it's... Oh, in the middle of the room. Okay. Store those, which brings me up to 8,000. It costs 5,000 to get a flag, so I'll get that in a second. Anything I could store in SafeX, anything I want to store, store that scopes, and scopes are hard to find, and then give me my axe. Yep. Now I'm going to pop a squat right here so that I'm RPing properly, and then I'm going to go in there and pop a squat in the bathroom. So I shall return if a moment goes away.
I'm taking over the stream.
That's huge. Veli, would you like to hum a few bars?
Velinard is back. I'm gonna sit here in complete and awkward silence. Chat, I would like to tell you more about what's going on, but I have no idea. He's sitting at a table. He is doing sitting in another place. He's in a room with equipment. There is Puss in Boots from Shrek, who's on the wall, who needs support from something. And oh, there are people moving around. If they wouldn't have had an animation, I would not have seen them. There's been an infection outbreak, so you have to grab your gas mask. And looks like Reyn needs to eat. It's at 68. So somebody should remind him to get a snack. Oh, maybe that's what he was buying before. That's cute.
Sorry about that. I had to wash my hands. Ugh. So as for the food situation, which I can respond to because I wear my headphones on the toilet.
I know you do.
The energy drink is what I bought earlier, which brought my hydration up from 30 to 90. And my food is at 68, but I have the glorious knockwurst in my bag, which will refill 100% of my hunger. So it would be just a bit of a waste to use it whenever I'm at 67. Like, I'm going to wait for it to get a good bit lower, because I've got some time on that.
True stories.
Alright. So, as for you, I've already got a family. 25 meter for 5K. I wonder if there's a office over here at the boat trader. Because I'm really thinking about pick Kozlovka now. It was so easy to get 5K. I'm just gonna go ahead and buy a flag. Amount to withdraw 5,000 smackaroos. Give me that. How much does that mean that I have now? 3,000. Yeah, it's a bit easy. That'd be easy. Alright. Not create a family. Purchase the territory. Purchase that. So I have my territory flag. It is right there. And now I'd like to go set it up over there at the big mountain. Whoa! Oh! I have been deleted. Okay, I'm good. Yep, this is definitely ARMA. Ugh. And it's gone. You know what you're doing? You know what you're doing whenever you fly in the helicopter there? It can be a bit pesky to learn.
You got a problemo.
Alright, well. I'm gonna get out of here because this is this is some shenanigans. I want to delete every mark so that I'm not weird, and then I'm going to go to the big mountain. Which is only 6,000 meters away. Okay. Alright. Where's this guy going? I don't want to drive the same direction he is. And I'm not. He's going the opposite direction. That's huge. Okay. Escaping from the safe zone, I said. With my territory flag in tow, I'm going to go and see if my favorite old base location is available on this server. It's a very good spot because, again, the location is hard to get to. Trying to drive a vehicle up there is an all-day affair because the slope is so steep. There's so many trees up the side of it. So bashing your vehicle into things and causing them damage is always a concern. So you don't have to set up hedgehogs and whatnot. And with the appropriate application of tree caps, that was a fence, by the way, in case you're wondering. With tree caps, you can kind of clear out a good spot up there and build a fairly substantial cube with a helicopter landing pad up top. So it is quite convenient for the person living there. Now, obviously, no base is safe. A determined base raider would get up there and would break it open. But it's so out of the way and hidden by trees and being up on a mountain that you really don't have to worry too terribly much about people seeing you until you're pretty big and pretty honeycombed out. One thing I guess I could have done or should have done was go get a code lock, but I don't know what the crafting recipes are on the server. I know that crafting recipes can differ from server to server, but that is close enough to the boat safe zone that I could just drive over there and I'm sure they'll have a locker for me to go ahead and withdraw the 2 code locks that I have in storage right now. Okay. Nobody behind me. I was gonna check. Is there a... Yeah, there is the bracket menu. But it doesn't have the mirror. Am I still good? No, I'm not. I hit one bush and it tore the heck out of my confounded quad. I'm gonna park over here and pack it back up and then put it back down, as that does just magically respawn the HP on the thing. There we go. This quad counts as a different entity from the previous one that I crashed, and so the health is not remembered or stored and then applied to the next quad that gets spawned. Thankfully. But that speed there, like topping out at 42, is how fast the old Bambi quads on AEOG would go as a top speed. Okay. coming up on it. I don't see anybody, but the render distance might not be agreeing with me. Sneak through? Hey? If I was in a car, those bushes wouldn't matter, but I feel so vulnerable right now. Okay, how close am I coming? Oh, I'm still a long way off, okay. Well, there's nobody on this mountain, so if Piz, or Pick, or whatever it's called over there, is not unoccupied, I might, who knows, I might come back over here. It just depends with Leak Guard. Let's see, what's up, Elver? How you doing, buddy? I heard you tried dropping the VC earlier, but I couldn't understand what you were saying. Finally, a classic rainfall stream back like in the good old days before those fucking communists. Back in my day, boy, we had the AEOGs and we drank our beer out on the front porch with our underwear on the drying rack. I tell you what, we didn't have none of these monster hunters. I'm gonna be so mad if I come over here and there's already a base. Because it's a good spot. It's very strategic. But with all this toil that I've gone through trying to get over here, I'm just gonna be so disappointed if I just traveled 6,000 meters for nothing. Or if I get over here and there's like pre-built structures that are just part of the map, because there shouldn't be. There shouldn't be a building over here. I was on my phone and my fuck-ass AirPods. I kept putting off returning. We're having trouble. Okay. Having technical difficulties, you say. You've got an iPhone. I don't know what the compatibility is with some of the stuff I'm using, but I use Jabra. The Jabra brand. I've got Elite 85T right now, but they are very good for inserting in the ear. Now, if you prefer, my preference and what I'm actually required to use working on a job site is these Godilmans right here. Hop off of these and show you. This is bone conductive earbuds, and they work very nicely. But you clamp these in front of your ear, like so. And it resonates the audio through your cheekbones. So that, like, if you're listening to a phone call or whatever, you can stick your fingers in your ears and you can still hear whatever's playing. And you are required to wear these instead of any other type of earbud by OSHA. Bone conductive earbuds, because having these on keeps your ear canal open so that you can put in earplugs for ear protection, for hearing protection. And it doesn't block your ear canal, which is muffling your hearing, which is unsafe. So, yeah, this is the OSHA approved bone conductive earbuds. You can't use anything else except that if you're on like a job site. Alright. Sneak through that bush there, and I'm getting close. I might be massive. There's already a base. I'm so sad. Yeah, you can wear them and wear earplugs in at the same time. And if you've got your earplugs in because of the bone conduction, you can still hear whatever's being said because it conducts the sound through the bones in your head. I can't believe there was a base there. I'm going to look at this other hill, though, and see if maybe I can build up here instead. Let's see. Joined VC because I want to tell you a story about this tweaker I encountered, but that can wait. I'll DM you about it later or something. That's fine. Yeah, you can do that. That'll work. Just don't forget to tell me. I don't like when people don't tell me stories. So if that's already taken, I mean, my options are scarce. My next best bet is going to be there. Dobry. Starting to become morning? Yes. Come over here and see if this hill is unoccupied. And I sincerely hope it is. I can't believe somebody built that squiggly, confounded vertical serpentine base on such a glorious hill. Makes me sad. I somehow survived that without rolling over onto myself. I'm just that legendary. Not to be confused with a legendary DayZ server. Was that a power pole I just drove by? Out here? In the middle of nowhere? Imagine conveying power to a rural town? What'll they think of next? Phones without cords?
Simmer, that's blasphemy.
Yeah, you can imagine if it's 3 to 6. You'd be rioting. The good thing about this is it's a bit closer to Electro. Please, no base. Just let me have one good spot to put my flag down. Well, isn't that just silly? With all that sort of thing. I'm telling you something, Sonny. I found my base location. Alright. Give me my quad back. And let's get to building. Ladies and gentlemen, at an hour and 15 minutes and 30 seconds into the stream on April 5th of 2025 at precisely 10:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the shenanigans have resumed. So, in case anybody's wondering what that text box said, it says you're too close to a spawn town.
Ow.
And that is because Electro is right there. When was the last time you streamed ARMA? I don't know. Let's look. Let's take a gander at it. Thank you for the 2 likes on the stream, by the way. Appreciate it. That is not too close. Well, it's a thing. It's a thing. Thank you for the 3 likes on the stream. Appreciate that. YouTube. Your videos. Let's go to live. Let's go to search. Title. ARMA. Last time I played an ARMA product was ARMA Reforger with Velinard back on April 21st of last year. So almost a year since I played an ARMA game. And then, I'll look at that in just 1 second. Yeah, last time I played ARMA 3 Exile at all was on the Finders Keepers server on January 27th of 2023. Now, with that being said, my big stint on AEOG was in September, like August, September of 2021. And, oh man, that was back whenever I was quitting it. No, but with the Rainy Knights clan, whenever we started that, what was the deal there? That was 2020. Whenever I was in Rainy Knights. Yeah, December 4th of 2020. This was my first stream in this game. Good lord. With the old Unisonus background, Goddessanus, whatever. And this tiny monitor that I had. Good grief. Look how dark it is because we didn't have NVGs.
You get to live another day.
You had to, the only way to beat
You don't
the
wanna make
darkness
it entertaining.
was to go and...
How does one build a base in this, he says? Well, you see, you take 2 logs,
Uh-huh.
and you put them together,
Yes.
and that makes nothing.
Well, then why didn't you say it? Also, turn up your gamma. Because that's how you beat the darkness back then. If you didn't have NVGs, you turned up the gamma on the game and you could actually see. The problem is that didn't translate well over stream, so you could see it's just a black tile. And most of my streams will be this
Heaps of
from that
vids
time.
on YouTube. I've never seen a base building guide for this.
Yeah, and I actually thought about it and was like, oh, well, I'll make an
You'll make
AOG base building guide video. And around the time that I actually started filming that, the server was taken down.
Like every server has its own variation of a base building.
Yep, that's very
mod.
true. When can you actually see what's going on?
Little rat that shot me in the back.
Oh, not a
I
rat.
was at the military base.
Uh-huh.
Would have been so enamored by my awesome fashion sense.
Yes, with the fedora and all that. You see the fedora?
Not shot me. What? What? Game!
I couldn't get the prompt to loot the box. Oh, the inventory in this game is so jank.
I'm not getting any cursor now for interaction with items.
One thing that nobody ever accused AEOG of was being a bugless game. That's for sure. Was that a Discord notification? Could it be? Yes. Thought it would have been like 12 years ago? Oh no. I started my channel back in 2016. Protein bars for sale at 7-Eleven, so I went up to them and said, "You almost protein bars at Tweaker Media Stand as trying to supply." They said, "Yeah, for sure, bro. Thanks so much. I gave protein bars to the Alder. Probably was a great guy before the math locked in for a split second." Just managed to rub two brain cells together for one brief, exciting moment. That's huge. All right. So yeah, I can't build here. I'm surprised they haven't been like eaten by zombies or something. Ugh. I can't build here, but I gotta build somewhere. It's required. I must build a base. It is absolutely necessary. Now, if I remember from the Discord, because I did join, as you always do whenever you join an AEO, not an AOG, an Exile server in ARMA 3, you gotta take yourself a gander at the rules. So, looking here, it says you cannot build within 1,500 meters of spawn zones, like Electro. So, I have to go a pretty snazzy distance away. But as far as how far I have to go and whether or not that's going to be a strategic location that remains to be seen. I also would not be able to build at Mayak because the safe zone's right there. I guess my next best bet is going to be that, but that's surrounded by roads, though. And Little Hill is exactly that. It's very tiny. I mean, Wolf Peak? How far away is Wolf Peak from that? So, that is... It's... Nope, those are too close together. Because it's not even... It's not even the icon itself. The actual barrier around this is more like out here. So, yeah, that wouldn't be good. Also, you can't build too close to gas pumps, and there's a gas pump right there. I want to say it's like a 200-meter limitation. All right. Only other thing that I can think of, you know how I think sometimes. Only other thing I can think of is to build like right here. Like way off at the map border in the trees. And that's going to be... Oh man, it's going to be some driving right there. There's also always the possibility of building way the hell up there. But that's so far from a safe zone. I generally like to be a decent-ish distance away from a safe zone so that I can just pop over there, buy, sell, do my business. But let me see if it's possible to build in that specific area over there. Because this isn't going to work. That's unfortunate. There's not like a mountain or something near Cherno. Cherno would be such a nice place to build. I wonder about... let me cook for a second, because Windy Mountain is pretty cool. That might be too close to Green Mountain. I don't know. I'm going to try it. I don't want to do math right now at almost 11 o'clock at night. Scenes of my miserably happy life just flashed before me. At that tree, dude. I'm telling you, trees are the bane of quad bikes. As are steep cliffs. I'm good. I'm huge. Alright. Your good old pal has listened to Blade songs over 99 times this week, according to Discord. When confronted on the behavior, he said Drain Gang. I don't know who Blade is. I don't know who Drain is. But I do not condone being super mean to somebody based on the number of times they've listened to a song. I mean, I myself have listened to one of the greatest musical pieces ever conducted by the human mind and soul. A Ram Zam Zam. Several thousand times at this point. So it would be, you know, let he who is without fault cast the first stone kind of a situation. So I can't speak on the matter anyways. Where am I? Let me look here. Pusta. It's over 1,500. It's an affront to God? I'll take your word for it, because I've never listened to any of it. Let he who is without sin cast the first tone. Okay, alright. You're making puns now, I see. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I am the pun master, by the way. You watch it. You watch it. I'm the man who puns. This doesn't seem bad. I could also gambit a little bit up here north of Pusta inside of this reserve. Because it's right over there. What's up, Slay? How you doing, buddy? Hey, dude, do you only play Exile and ARMA? Oh, no. No, buddy. You sweet summer child. Let's take ourselves a gander here at the Rainfall directory of games. Shall we? Shall we take a look here? Let's go to view my channel. I have 731 videos. And my live directory is I've got World War Z that we just recently played, Repo, Satisfactory, Factorio, Raft, Monster Hunter, Warframe, Exoborn, Chained Together, Terraria, Deadside, Borderlands, Make Good Choices. I was the world record holder for quite a while. Necess, RDO, Path of Titans, PAX Day. Minecraft, Pacific Drive, more Minecraft, Fortnite, Craft to Exile, Subnautica, and Subnautica Below Zero, Muck, PUBG, Enlisted, Path of Exile, 7 Days to Die, COD, Modern Warfare 3, Legendary Gaming Server on DayZ as well. I played Exile on this as well as King of the Hill. Code 4 Gaming King of the Hill was a big thing for a while. Spectating Warzone, Gary's Mod, Arma Reforger, your occasional V Rising, one of the greatest games ever made, Elden Ring, Final Fantasy, Rainbow Six Siege, Helldivers 2. The list goes on and on. 25 years of gaming experience. Obviously not all condensed onto this YouTube channel because this has only been here since May of 2016. But I have a massive repertoire of games. I'm telling you something, Sonny. It is quite ridiculous how many things I've played over the years. Generally, the requirement is it needs to be multiplayer. And yeah, if the Discord link is not in the description, then I could put it there. It should be there, though. Let me take a gander. Make sure that's actually there, because the Discord link is supposed to be in the description of every single one. It's not! I'm stupid. Alright, give me a second. Rainfall! Invite peoples. Edit invite link. Expire after never. Maximum use is 10. Generate new link. Copy. And then just add this to the description. And save that. Gave you a sub. I'm a sucker for ARMA 3 streams. Yo, you want some vintage ARMA 3 though? Let me pull up the playlist from the Rainy Nights clan. It's gonna be scuffed as hell because it was so long ago, back whenever I didn't know a blasted thing. Where's it at? I have a playlist for this. Yeah. This playlist right here. AEOG ARMA 3 live streams of the Rainy Nights clan. A chronicle of every win, every loss, every argument, and every round fired by the Rainy Nights clan on AEOG ARMA 3 server in 2020 and 2021. This is where I cut my teeth on ARMA. And man, we had some times. That was some of my best memories in gaming was during that time, 2020, 2021, not just on ARMA 3, but on a lot of stuff. It was just a great time for gaming. Hey, Reyn, won't somebody dome you standing still for so long? There are 29 people online, and usually those people are going to be condensed around these mission locations. You got vehicle repair over here, you got military camp, hospital raid, you got a radiation zone up here at this military base. There's a capture spot right there, and then there's also a lot of people just camping, like, sitting at the traders and talking, but not to me. So, I mean, if the server was at capacity right now, if it was like in the middle of the afternoon, then yeah, I'd be a bit more concerned. But my main focus right now is the fact that there might be Zamba Lamba red pajamas coming up behind me, crying, screaming for their mamas. But, you like zombie stuff on ARMA 3 at all? I got a 10-year-old zombie mod I've been cooking since 2015, public 24/7 server, but it has no player bases. Everyone wants Exile. I like Exile. I grew up on Exile. Like, this is where my ARMA time has been put. This is why I've got, 1,000 hours in ARMA is because of this mod and this server structure. It's just so good. Like I can't give it enough praise. But as far as zombies are concerned, like, it takes a lot to get me invested in a zombie game. The best zombie games that exist are Project Zomboid and 7 Days to Die for polar opposite reasons. Like, if you want to go through a whole bunch of zombies, you got 7 Days to Die. And World War Z is pretty good too, but the base building is lacking from World War Z. It's more of a story, just wave shooter kind of game. But in terms of like the horror aspect of it and surviving against all odds, Project Zomboid is unmatched. It's unparalleled. So it takes a lot to impress me with a zombie game, and ARMA 3, the zombies have always been lackluster. It's just an element that adds some flavor to the game and gives it, like, there's always a possibility of something cool happening and not just, you know, sitting here for hours talking to chat and standing on top of a mountain. Nobody coming over here, but there is a chance I might wind up with a walker walking up behind me. You never know. There might be one behind that tree over there. You see that rock? Zombie could poke up from behind back there and throw a rock at me. You never know. With Exile, there's no telling. I'm gonna pop my territory flag. Name. What should I name my base? Yo, come up with a name. Veli, what would you name my base?
Horny culture.
Horny culture? Okay.
Like horticulture, but horny culture.
Okay. Okay, so that would look like that. Y'all like that idea? AEOG sounds familiar. It was the quintessential Exile server for so long. It was one of the best servers on ARMA, and it got demolished. Exile is the mod. It's the mod pack that the different DayZ servers use. The Undersiders? Huh? Well, that just sounds like a clan name. No, my clan name is Reyn Fallen. Like, the family name, as it's referred to in Exile, has already been decided. I need a property name. Or Cool Kids Club. Yeah, that's, like I said, the family name's already decided. It has to be the name of the property that I'm owning. Like Wayne Manor, for example. There's a good example. Not sure what to compare the playstyle of mine to. It's fast-paced with a focus on progression. Base building quest system is taking its sweet time, unfortunately. Ooh. So you're actually building the quest system itself instead of using the quests that are like in the mods. You're homemaking your own mod. That's huge. Like, I always have a lot of respect for people that actually sit down and make the mods for these games. Like, the modding community is the reason that these types of games are so phenomenal. Like, the dev, Bohemia, they made a sandbox and everybody else plays in it, and they make some beautiful castles. Fat Man's Paradise? But I'm not fat! I'm 140 pounds.
PHAT fat. Pretty hot and tempting.
Fat Man's Paradise with a PHAT. Huh.
But then are people going to think it's a hot and tempting paradise in your house and steal your stuff?
Yeah, that's a good point. So, I'll give y'all a little bit of a hint of what I usually do. Whenever you drive into a town or into a landmark, it comes up with the name up on the screen of the location as well as the time. So, the best way to camouflage a fledgling base from would-be attackers is to name the base location a Russian name. Because the map is based in Russia, so all the names are Russian-sounding names, like Novodimitrisk and Svergino and where's the Severograd. So the best way to disguise a base so that whenever people drive on your territory they don't know that you're there is to name it something Russian. Huh? Make no mistake, there's some large modders released work in there, but it's like 70% in-house. I got you. Yeah, that's, hey. whatever you got to do to get the job done and feel comfortable and proud of what you got going. For sure. What about Skinny Twig Boy Kingdom? I think you're missing the point. Like, I mean, if you name it Skinny Twig Boy Kingdom, anybody who drives anywhere near the base, like within 100 meters of the base, is going to know that there's a Skinny Twig Boy Kingdom nearby. So I have a proposition. Veli's suggestion of horticulture, right? What if I name it Horngorod? Or Skidgorod? Or Hornadorky?
That it resonates well.
Hornadorky?
Sure.
That's the one.
No, you need to do you need to do your Russian thing. I mean, that makes all the sense in the world. What's the word for bonsai in Russian? Do that one.
Bonsai. Name it Braznaika, or whatever that is. What does Braznaika translate to? Hang on.
Yeah, look it up before. Someone trolling you. That's absolutely something I would do.
Cranberries. Translates to cranberries. Yeah, I can go with cranberries. All right. Braznaika. We'll go with that plan. It's the Russian word for poop getting stuck to your ass hair. Listen, I think Braznaika is a very good name. And I'm going to go with that. You came up with something magnificent. Braznaika. And then, I wonder what flag I'm going to go with. Trespassers will be eaten. Lemon Party, Pretoria, Pirate, Silver Fern, Skippy, Battle Eye, Blue Screen Simulator, Dick Butt, Exile, Portugal. Alright, unless y'all tell me different, I'm going with the USA flag. Tell me something. Pretoria? What's up?
Nothing.
Alright, it's going to be Pretoria. And place. So left click isn't paste or place. And because I just fired my gun, there's now a much higher chance of Zambalamba red pajamas spawning. I have to wait until the red flashy symbol stops, otherwise I can't place it. I think it's actually enter. I hit the wrong button. Face green smiling, face green smiling, face green smiling. It's funny whenever emotes don't come over. I remember when Veli tried to do orange face smiling. Yeah. It's quite hilarious. Alright, so yeah. Braznaika. There we go. And then Pretoria. Alright. Let me actually read what it is. Distance, tilt pitch, reset, object snapping. Is it space? It's space. And there it is. Bruznica. And you just saw the name come up right there. Alright. Now to build things. How do I build? I guess the first thing I need to do is get out the old axe. And make logs appear nearby. Take all. There we go. Alright, and then I would go to the crafting menu, which is right here, and go to construction. Wood pieces. Wood floor. I need a workbench. Okay, that's fine. Amenities. Workbench. Crafted. Crafted. Okay. And then my workbench. Construct that right about there. That's the one. Okay. And then I would go back to the crafting menu. Construction wood pieces. Wood floor. I need planks. Okay, that's fine. Go to materials. Go down to wood planks. I need a handsaw. Okay. I gotta go find a handsaw. Simple as that. I do need to put a marker right here in side channel. Description. Actually, team. Hang on. Team. No, I don't have to screw with that. Go to, I think it's group channel. And then the description, home. Home. And then I come up here and I can change the, come up here and change the icon. So, they don't have many icons, do they? Objective, and then make it a civilian, and place it right there. Back to group channel. Home. All right. And there we have it. Home. Where my heart is located. Excellent. Alright, so I have some options for finding a handsaw. I've got Pusta, which is right over here. Over here on the way. Go through the barns, see if I can find a saw. If I can't, I'll scamper down there to Electro. Which is a bit further away. There we go. And hop on here. 5. So you play the game with him, join Discord right now unless Reyn gets mad or beats you up or something. Well, I don't intend to get mad or beat anybody up at this juncture. I will say I'm probably good for about another hour and a half to 2 hours if anybody else wanted to play ARMA as well. On a Yep, that's a barn. On account of the fact that I got a lot of driving I got to do tomorrow, so I've got to go to bed at some point. Okay, no saw. Go ahead and pack this up and then just walk around. Talk to clowns. Never thinking that I'd find you. I gotta find little industrial barns and whatnot. Let's see. I'm going to come back to that because it might be that nothing spawned there yet. Oh! Nope. Nothing's going to spawn there. Because it's too close to a base, and I'm assuming that also means nothing will spawn here as well. Damn, loot spawns are disabled. That is unfortunate. Yep. Loot spawns are disabled within a certain distance of a base. Coding on the background, watching out the corner of my eye, funny enough, refining base building, crafting stuff at the moment. That's huge. There's not really going to be anything of major value to my current predicament inside of here, but an SVD camo is a welcome thing to have. Let me take a look at what's the damage on this. 11.8. What's the value on it? 1,500. I'll keep that on me just in case. But yeah, now let me go ahead and delete a number of these markers that are just sitting here, and then I'm going to go down to Electro right quick, like after I delete this zombie. Yeah, there we go. There we go. What are the odds he had a saw? Take a look here. Nope, but he had a drink, and he had raw mac and cheese, and then a gutting knife, which I don't need. But I will go ahead and eat that mac and cheese. There we go. And scamper off to Electro and hopefully find a saw. There goes another zombie. Grr. But you see how that popped up with the GR, and it's like, oh, there's a player base nearby. Prime target. I don't know how to remove that yellow marker, by the way. That is unbeknownst to me exactly how I started that ping being there and how I get rid of it. Ow. And that is a actual, like, marked map location because there's actually a dam over here. Right over that way, up the street. And then there's a little town next to it. And then this spot right here with that factory is where I'm going to go look for a saw. Take off my earbuds so that I can hear again. And then hopefully I don't get blastinated. Well, I'm assuming nobody's here because the loot hasn't loaded in yet. Well, there is loot in here. Don't need a grinder. Grinders are used for making metal bases, and I'm nowhere near that far along yet. Okay. Oh, this opens. That's big. Okay, don't need a car seat. Boxes of screws are always huge. Okay. What is that? It's another light bulb. As an electrician, I am required to have those. Nothing in here. A pair of wire cutters. I'll take those. Well, pliers. Needle nose pliers, specifically. Extension cords, which are valuable for some reason. I know because people were selling them on the black market. Let's see, and then I think this building has a problem with nobody ever puts any loot spawns on the bottom floor. I've never seen loot spawn. Yeah. Anyways. Okay. I know that most servers you don't see that. With loot spawns being on the bottom floor of this particular building type. It's always disappointing and usually why I avoid them. For such a big building, it has so few spawns. Good place to get in, though, if you're trying to blast at somebody from a distance, though, because it's pretty tall. Got a good view. Is that it? Fire station and one little factory, and that's it? Oh, I didn't check this barn right here. I remember this having more buildings, but I must be thinking of the DayZ standalone. I'm a genius. I have a scope, don't I? I don't. There we go. Alright. Well, going back home. Homeward bound with my new saw in tow. Man, that was fantastic. Last building I looked in, almost ran away from it without even looking inside of it. And it turns out the problem to all of my solutions was right there laying on the floor waiting on me. Humongous. See how far away it activated my name for my area? My base, Brosnica, all the way back there at 400 meters away. Alright. Up on the castle here. There we go. Alright, so I have planks, right? I have logs. I needed a saw to make the planks. So go to the recipe cookin' bookin', and then go to materials. Down here to wood planks, craft, and then craft it twice. Craft. Okay. Now, how many did I need for a floor? I need 2 more planks. Okay. 3. Wood was put inside my quad bike. Why? Go in here. Go to recipe cookbook. Can I build out of that? Materials. Wooden plank. Nope, sure can't. Inventory. Take all wood logs. Put the rest of them on the ground. There we go. And then, where do those go? Okay. Turn those. Not selfie. Recipe cookbook. Turn those into wood planks. Craft. Twice. There we have it. I can continue crafting those? No, it just didn't update properly. Take all of them's. Make even more of them. Materials. Planks. Craft them. I can only craft it once. Do I have space? I think I have space for this other log. Yes, I do. Okay. Craft that. That's huge. Wood pieces. Give me... a wood wall. How about that? Yeah, we'll go with the floor. Okay. And then by deploying the floor, construct this. Elevation is page up. Woo, that's too high. I think I'm going to leave this to be the roof. Has Reyn gone on a rant about... No, I haven't. I haven't spoken about dog cancer in at least 5 minutes. No, what I was doing was I was trying to... How do I get on this? Escape. Okay. I was trying to get a kit made. I mean, since I know that I can store things in the quad bike, I'm going to use this as my temporary storage. By placing the wood floor kit in here, as well as the SVD, the extension cord, the box of screws, blase this and that. Okay. Now give me lots and lots of logs. I really wish it wouldn't go in the quad bike. Okay, tree fell. And then, I mean, I understand why it does. No, it's fine. What? What did I take? Wood floor kit. I don't need to take that yet. Walls. After I make planks. Got to have boo-koodles of planks. Good. Wood pieces. Wood wall. Craft it. And then place it. Construct it. Snap mode. How about grid mode? There we go. And that's a wall. I just have to make 3 more of those things. Glad you don't need nails, though. Because farming for nails was always the worst part of base building in AEOG. Man, this tree just does not give up, does it? Uh-huh. There it goes, finally. And take all of those, go into the 6 menu and make a whole bunch of planks. 4 of them specifically. It's excellent. And then grab all the logs from in here, because there's a bunch of them that went in here. Okay. Craftifications. Workbench is missing. Well, it just so happens to be right here. Okay. Ooh, wood walls. Right there. Craft 2 of them. Excellent. Now this is where I actually do have to drag out the floor kit, otherwise I'll get the alignment wrong. I did do that right, or did I do that wrong? I did that wrong. While I'm thinking about it, I'll go ahead and turn these logs into planks, just because who's going to stop me? Deploy the floor kit. And then snap. Right there. That's huge. Oh. Ooh, that's huge. Okay. Construct this. Snap mode. There we go. And now snap mode again. There. I've almost built a box. I don't know how I get rid of ground trees. I don't think I can. Now I have to build a door. So in case you're wondering why there's suddenly a pile of loot on the ground, it's because my my quad bike disappeared. Dumped all of its loot on the ground. Oh, okay. Alright, I can work with this. It's fine. There's towns around. I can go get more. Makes me very sad, to be honest with you. It's my favorite quad. Okay, there's my doorway. Now I can make a door, and then I have to go to a safe zone to get a lock. I keep hitting tab because I would expect that that would be where the crafting menu is, even though it's not where it is. Good, and then wood pieces. Wooden door. How do you get rid of a doorway kit? Upgrade. Remove. Do you really want to deconstruct? Yes. Wooden doorway kit. Put that on the ground. Put that in there. And then place it with a construction. Construct. Recipe cookbook. Wooden pieces. Wooden door. Craft this. Craft that. Go there. Do the thing. Put that on the up there. 3. Snap to there. Rotate with the door going outwards and place. And there we have it. I now have a base. Now the question is this going to be bad, as in can you roll in and out? I might have to put down a floor. Theoretically. But that's neither here nor there right now. I need to go get a code lock and put it on this door. Also, it wouldn't hurt to go ahead and get another drink. Can I make anything with just 2 planks? Like a storage box or something? Yeah, but I would need 3 more planks. So, cargo container, as in a Connex. That's big. I might have to screw one of those later. For the time bezel. I need to go down to... go back to Pusta. Get me a quad bike. And then drive to the safe zone with the boats, because that's the closest one. Once I'm there, grab my code lock, come back, put it on my door. Bob's your uncle. He's a very nice man, too. I love Bob. Yeah, these cashews right here did them, tell you. Come on, grow a pair and drink some Dr. Pepper. There wasn't even a reason for you to come after me like that. What in the world are you talking about? Scrap metal. Could you drink some water for real one? Sure. Is that what you wanted? Does that make you happy? I'm a violent animal biting the fart bubbles in the bath. Don't start dropping rhymes. Come on now. We've been over this. Use this. And then if I was going to the safe zone, man, let me go ahead and delete pasta. And do a little bit of this action right here on the way. Off we go. Took you 3 chugs to finish half a water bottle. Well, yeah, I don't want to, like, choke myself, like, drink too much of it at once. That's how you wind up, like, coughing for 10 minutes. Grr. Hey, there's Grr. That's big. You love it when I bust some rhymes. Listen. I'm not telling you that I would not be slipping on a liquid not addicted like it's boring, but at night it's got me sore and I'm dripping until I'm pouring. But I'm just telling you that it gets a little goofy up in his house whenever that occurs.
What did I just hear?
I was drinking a water bottle a minute ago. This is called O-Block, which leads me to the belief that this probably isn't going to have any loot spawns. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, it actually did spawn. Give me those. Yes, that is money. Which is a thing that I like to have. Are you kidding me? What is my luck? I was going to the safe zone so that I could get a code lock. The first house I go into, what do I find? Beans. But also a code lock. That is magnanimous. And I am unanimous in that. Toilet paper? How do blind people know when to stop using this? Do you actually... Okay, serious question. Do you look at the toilet paper to know whenever you're clean? Because whenever I was a kid, I was discouraged from doing that. My aunt did not think it was appropriate for you to look at your own post-aim. Don't ask me why my aunt was fooling around with me, you know, wiping. But suffice it to say, yeah, it's like, for some reason, that seems to be like something that was stigmatized with some people coming up. As in, you know, if you poop, you're supposed to look the other way before you flush. It's like, Poop is a thing that everybody does. And just because you don't look at it doesn't mean it's not there. I'm good. That fence actually did not decapitate me. It did ruin my quad bike, though, so once I get up here, provided I don't crash again... I do need to, dismantle it and rebuild it. There we go. Alright. Get off of here. And then go in here. And then do a little bit of this action. I did not mean to consume an item. Let's see. Settings. Masquerade pin codes is on. That's big? Okay. And then add a lock. Let's see. If I typed 6. Yes, it does masquerade that. Okay. Add a lock. And then we'll come right over here and I'll do a little bit of this action. And you may think that this is just a little bit silly. But, yeah, the whole reason that AEOG went south like it did was I was getting stream sniped. So, yeah, I don't want to risk it again. Oh! Okay. So this is locked now. I'm glorious. And it would be prudent, to say the least, to go ahead and build myself a storage box. And I needed a number of planks for that. Materials. Wood planks. I'm too far from my workbench. Recipe cookbook. Materials. Wood planks. Craft all of them. That's big. Now I have 3 planks. What was it, 5 that I had to have for the small crate? Yeah, it was 5. Okay. Oof. I don't think I'm going to be able to hold all of them. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to deploy the quad bike over here. No way. That way I can have that space in my inventory. And put that in there. That took up a whole bunch of space that I needed. Can you cut down a bush? You sure can't. Okay. That's fine. I think this is enough to make 2 planks. Good. And then just a skosh of recipe cookbook with some materialations. Craft these of the twice variety. Storage. crate. Craft that. And we're huge. And place the glorious storage crate. What's the distance? It's home and end. There we go. Snap mode. You can't do snap mode for a storage crate. That's not surprising. But as far as elevation is concerned, page up, that's too high. Okay. Place it. Fantastic. Alright, now get all the extra stuff out of here. All of the extraneous materials and whatnot can go in here. Okay. Door's locked. Put that in there. Alright. I'm going to go use the bathroom again. I officially have a cube to live in. And so from here on, it's just going to be a matter of expanding this and upgrading it with metal plating. But I got to go take a gander at what's going on in this room right here. I'll be back in a second.
Welcome back to my show.
Dun dun dun!
Looking at a brown wall.
Reyn.
Did that come through when I did that?
You know why? Because I just popped a whole garbanzo bean. Fuck you, mean man. This shit ain't nothing to me, man.
What the hell just happened?
Sorry about that. I had to wash my hands. Alright. Oh, it's time to steal his fruit snacks. They're in the pantry behind the pretzels. Quickly. How did you know that I have a quickly? Alright. 16 minutes remaining. Until shenanigans. Orange, face orange, raised eyebrow. Why do emotes not correctly come over? Give me that. And then, in addition to that, I'm going to go get... I'm actually going to go get the code locks that I have at the boat trader, which is still pinged. Yes. Yes. That way I can honeycomb a little bit before I really start investing a whole lot of time into building out too far. But I also need to get a drink because I'm on 46 drink. Not exactly conducive to my long-term success. What's up, Zindy? How's tings? I'm good. Don't look at chat while driving. Not an ARMA anyways, where I've actually parachuted out of jet ski before. Grr. Eventually, I'd like to get in on some of those missions. Soloing missions in this game is borderline impossible. Because the AI is just so complicated to deal with. I'm good. Seems that the dam has been taken over. Had to run through that fence in order to get unblocked from where I am. And as it turns out, my quad bike isn't ruined. I'm still going above 40 because you're capped at, I think, 42 on a flat terrain in the event that your quad bike is damaged. Android emojis are built different. That's true? Dang commercials. Are you having ads? We had that on the Annoying Things tier list series. Starring me, Zindy, and Harley, having 6 episodes thus far, with over 15 hours of hilarity to pour through. If you like stories being told about annoying things, be sure to check out the live tab for the Annoying Things tier list streams only on the Reyn Fallen YouTube channel. Pack it, pack it, pack it. I packed it. I'm good. Okay, it didn't explode. Wow, trying to go up a hill is really hard. Hang on. Every few minutes, and I'm guessing they weren't yours because it's fresh pet. Nah, it's not mine. Almost impossible to walk up that hill. Rog. Now that I'm looking at it, this would have been a good place for a base, but... grass and the greens. Okay. Calm down. Stop sliding. What? You know, the best way to avoid crashing into things is to stick to roads. The problem with sticking to roads is that it'll take you 5 years to get anywhere. So yeah, you have a decision to make of either take forever to get nowhere or drive into trees. See, is there a code lock here? Like, can I get that lucky? Again. Excuse me. Loot respawn wave, please. Nope. Okay. That's fine. Alright. Nah, it is entirely too dark. So this is a town right here next to Electro. As you can tell by the engine sound revving and then undoing. That vehicle was damaged quite severely. That's safe. Show me some loot. Ooh. Loot spawned. Duct tape. Don't really need that, but okay. Okay, there go a barn right here. Okay. This was one of my favorite elements of the game, was running through industrial areas looking for building materials. Thank you. And finding all sorts of good shit, like, what is that? Fuel used for chainsaws. You have to have fuel for chainsaws. Imagine that. Junk metal. Alright, so put the axe away, and then give me the chainsaw. And that automatically loaded the fuel for it. So I can just keep building. I did not even know that was necessary. And imagine me going to the safe zone over there thinking, I'll grab this chainsaw. And then unable to use it because stupid. Because didn't think, oh, chainsaws require fuel. Oh, hello. They go a goofball. Pull out the pistol here. There we go. What you have on you, bruz and cousin the third? Mac and cheese, raw? I'll take it, thank you. There go another one over there. While he's en route, okay. While he's en route, I will continue looking for materials of various kinds. There's this loaf of bread inside of this barn. This bread has not yet been gotten. There we go. Is that a bag of cement? Bag of sand. Still important. Ooh. Ooh. I did not even see this guy. Bunker keycard. Uh-huh. Those drop from Zambalamba Red Pajamas. Interesting. I have a bunker keycard now. Which has, as you maybe have guessed, has a lot of loot going on. Oh gosh, I found a car. Huh. I found a car. Now, before anybody says anything, if I manage to make it to the safe zone, I'm going to sell this car. Because you can make cars at your base that are exponentially better than this little Lada. or Graza, or whatever this thing's called. I think it's a Lada. But you can make armored vehicles at your base at your vehicle making bay. So once I get over here to the safe zone, I'm going to sell this at the waste dump trader. But this was a big find, because this means I'll actually get over here in time. Alright, where's the waste dump guy? Right here. Hey, Bruzin. Quickly sell the car before... There it is. 1,500. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. But the SVD that I have in my bag is worth more than that was. And I'm assuming I can't sell to this guy. No. Okay. Sell the SVD. Sell the cigarettes. Anything else I need to sell on hand? I'll keep the axe just in case. This chainsaw doesn't do exactly what I would prefer that it do. Come over here to the lockers. Store what little bit that I have. And then, wasn't there something I was going to store in here? Yeah, the bag of sand. No, I'll take the bag of sand with me because I have a place for that. Also, take the blue sleeping bag because I need that at my base. Because that's how you spawn at your base. Give me both of the code locks as well. And I'm big. Okay. And that put that on there. Now, does that work? It sure does work with NVGs. Fantastic. So, I have everything I wanted. Yep. And that's the end. Alright. Just gotta wait for the server to come back up. Right. Man dedicated to his craft. Good lord. So yeah, just looking at the rules here, you can't build a territory flag without joining a family, which is what I did. I created a family. Which is the server name per clan. You can't build within 1,500 meters of spawn zones, or safe zones, or concrete mixer zones, or airfields, and then you cannot build within 500 meters of military bases, or camps, or castles, or enemy territories. You cannot build within 250 meters of a gas station, or select industrial zones. But most importantly, you cannot build on or over roads. Which is a pretty big problem in DayZ, like, unmoderated servers, like the official servers, where people will just build sky bridges and they completely block off roads or entire towns sometimes. Similar to how Ark, in Ark Survival, people will build, like, hedgehogs and stuff inside of Bambi spawns. As far as base rating is concerned, Discord notifications can be registered with the server so that whenever somebody starts hacking into your base, it will send you a Discord notification. And raid mode is activated and will push out a notification whenever breaching charges are used, lock grinding is done, container hacking, or flag hacking is done. Flag stealing does not activate raid mode. There are so many building limitations. Well, it's a huge map. And think about it, like, if I went and I built my base at the airfield, I could encompass the airfield. But furthermore, if I were to build anywhere near the airfield, because of the way Exile works, building a base disables loot spawns within a pretty large radius around the base's perimeter. So this military location with the really good loot is no longer able to spawn the loot that people want, because the whole point of the game is looting. Because I built a base there. So my one base at that location ruins it for everybody. Had a guy build in the center of a runway on my server despite the rules saying 1,200 from a town or runway. They had the audacity to get mad. It was wiped the next day. I mean, if I would be upset if all of my stuff was deleted and all the work that I had done. Like, if I didn't know that that was a rule, then I should have read the rules. But also, like, I would like to be able to have the stuff so that I can move it to a place that is not rule breaking. Just the way I look at it.
It's later.
Alright, bud, have a good one. Sleep yourself some well. Alrighty. I'm by myself again. Which is very much unhuge. But let's see, can I join the server yet? Can I get back in? Connectifying. Where's that main? There we go. I could go for about another, like I said, about another hour, hour and a half, and then I gotta go to bed, because I do not want to be a zombie myself while driving tomorrow to the confounded 3 hours away. There we go. Can I spawn? There we go. All right. Excellent. At the time, there was no vehicle repair option, so there was a player that wrecked their jet into the thing. It was a bad situation to replace the guy's jet to the base being in a bad spot. Yeah.
Talking like Pengu. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. My money long, my pockets deep. Mariana Trench deep. Don't compare to me.
Alrighty then. With that being said, let's see. Do I not have the can of fuel anymore? I don't. I don't have that can of fuel now. That's unfortunate. Yeah. I'm assuming it's not in here. No. Okay, so yeah, the can of fuel bugged out. Because I grabbed it out of the chainsaw and I put it in my bag, and it's no longer there. Not a good time. That's sad. But I will sell the chainsaw off of my back. Sell it for 3,000 caps. I'll have you. No. Alright. So yeah, always pick up chainsaws, apparently. I'm now at 10,000. And how much can I store? I can store up to 400,000? Okay. Alright. I think it was 1 million on an AUG, unless I'm misremembering. Man, that lighthouse scared me. So, La-Ti-Do. But yeah, crashing a jet into, yeah, I mean, I would be mad. There's no bridge to Skalitski Island. So, where's my base icon? My base icon is gone. I'm sad now. You deleted my icon. Well, good grief. Someone blew their hard-grinded vehicle, and I understand the frustration there. I get that. Man, I'm sad there's no bridge. That's something Exile did have, was they did have a bridge linking the mainland to Skalitski. No. 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 Please don't fall. Okay, it didn't send me down into the nether realm whenever I got off. Well, that scared the hilarity out of me. My goodness. Railroad tracks are already an obtrusive tile. Like, trying to drive any land vehicle over these things is... I thought I heard a horn blow. It's just asking for problems. But I like to live dangerously, so. Hey, 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 hey. Dangerously. Dangerous. Let's see. Was a -10, if I remember correctly. A -10. So it's the type of vehicle. Dude probably use the landing autopilot. And that is something that is never reliable. Whenever I was on AUG, I was driving a plane, and I tried an auto landing protocol, and it took me down to 0, so the bottom right corner of the map. Bottom left corner of the map, bleh. Every single time, didn't matter the vehicle. Like, any time you tried to do auto landing on that server, it always took you to the bottom left corner. Like, if you were 5 meters off the ground, in front of an airstrip, a clean open airstrip, and positioned directly on it, it would take you to the bottom corner of the map. Eh? Not a whole lot of looting going on, so I'm going to step in here and I'm going to wait for these to spawn in. Inside of this guard shack, generally some good things can be found in here. I could swear I just heard an engine noise, but apparently I didn't. Well, that was a farce. Check the guard shack and nothing spawned. Okay. Oh, scrap metal. Why is there still a lighthouse light effect? Am I next to another lighthouse? Nothing. That took my HP down by 1. Yeah, there's a lighthouse right there. Yeah. Okay, good. So I think the problem with my map marker being removed was the fact that I had put it in group chat. I think I have to put it in side chat in order to make it last between resets. I think. I might be stupid, but we're going to look anyways. I just hope I'm right about where I'm driving. As I was south of Pusta, that much I remember. Yeah, I've got to be over here. I just don't know why my territory name hasn't popped up yet. There it is. And there's my cube. All righty then. I seem to have found a tractor. And I hereby declare this tractor's mine. I'm going to use the code. Don't let me forget this code now. I found this at 1218. So this is now my tractor. And that's big. All right. Bag of sand. Junk metal. Put the code lock in there as well as the blue bunker key card. Empty can. $12.18. Thank you, bud. Appreciate it. I'm going to put my deployable quad kit in there so that I'll always have a vehicle at the ready. And then construct the sleeping bag. Distance is end, brings it to me. Elevation is page up and page down. Okay, there it is. And then get right here and then rotation of it. I now have a spawn at my base. I'm fantastic. Okay. Now I just need to chop down a bunch of trees. Wood's being put in the tractor. Naturally. Okay. Get a little bit closer to the front door here. There we go. Inventory. Take all of the logs. And then go to the 6 menu because that's where the crafting recipes are. Go down here to materials and make them all into I have a handsaw. Handsaw. Doesn't fit. Take out the glorious knockwurst and give me the handsaw. Doesn't fit. Take out the sausage gravy. Give me the handsaw. Doesn't fit. There we go. Now. Materials. Wood planks. Craft every single blasted one of them. That's massive. Unlike me. Okay. As for the wood pieces. Give me... two of the floors. I am astonished that I just placed both of those under the tractor and the tractor didn't explode. Oh my goodness. I was just trying to unlock the base and go outside. Right there. Escape. Get out of that. Okay. Alright, so this has a floor now. People can't crawl up under the base now. Something I generally do try to avoid is people gophering up under the house here. This game can be so janky. Yep, it absolutely is. It's very jank, but that's part of its charm, if I'm being honest with you, dude. Oh, I can make a campfire kit. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's why extension cords are a big deal. Mm-hmm. And that's why dirty water canisters are a big deal. Okay. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Alright, well, the reason I looked in here was I wanted to look at tree remover. I need 9 logs. That didn't mean to get on, but I mean, it's fine. Lock that. And then my NVGs are getting to be problematic because it's hurting my eyes. Go to amenities. Go to tree remover 30 meter radius. Craft it. And that's that. Alright. Now place it. Right there. Alright, that didn't help. Curious if maybe I have to chop down the trees in order to make them be perma-removed by, like, server restart, for example. I think that must be what it is. Okay. Got to get back into the swing of things, how to craft things, because I just tried to go in and craft wood planks whenever my planks are outside and it's not in here. So I'll put that back down. And theoretically, that means that any trees that are within 30 meters of that stump icon will be despawned. Take all of those, lock that back, and then go in here, go to the recipe cookin' bookin', come back over here to wood planks, craft all of them. Sexcellent. And then I guess I'd expand in a thiswardly direction, I believe. There's a lot of notifications. Man, this tree has a lot of wood in it. Alright. Now that that's gone, place the floor kit that I have right here. Snap it. Elevation. There we go. Now I just need more walls. And I suppose what I could do is actually, like, instead of having just another grid hole right here, expand it so that there are 9 floors. And then put a wall underneath each of those. Which means I'll build 1 wall kit. Let's see, wood pieces, wood walls, craft that. Craft 1 of those. Put that on the outside here. Right there. Yeah, that's perfect.
Hello there, brother of mine. How is ARMA going?
All kinds of good stuff. I'm loving it, loving it, loving it.
That's great to hear, great to hear.
I got a question, Rainfall. Do you still work 12 to 14-hour work days, and is it common in the construction industry? I ask because I'm an aspiring carpenter. I can't speak for carpenters. I can only speak on electricians and on construction in general, being you got a deadline to meet, and if it looks like you're not going to meet that deadline, things have to happen to make it work. And 12 to 14-hour work days are one of the ways that happens, in addition to bringing in more people to join you on your crew on a job site, supplementary workers. Like the job site that I'm on right now, we are working 12-hour shifts, 4 days a week. Is that common in my experience? No. Most of the time I work 4 tens. Yes, 4 tens. I thought I said 10 fours, which would have been like, you know how you have 10-day weeks, right? So yeah, I would say it just depends entirely on the job and how bad off it is. Carpenters, I have no idea. I can't speak for carpenters. I've never been a carpenter. I have some carpenters, friends with my friends that I have with my company, and I have never seen any of the jobs that they've been on. So I have no idea the kind of deadlines that they have to meet. But yeah, just depends exclusively on the situation. I love it when humans capture angels and hook them up to agony engines and say stuff like, by our calculations, if we continue, we will have enough power to energy the whole Earth. Thank you, over. Frank. Good gracious.
With that being said, I think I'm going to capture an angel and use them as a power source for my evil plans against humanity.
Absolutely sinister. Let's see. What you trying to run?
I don't know yet. I kind of just popping in, seeing how you're doing on this game here. Looks like you're balling.
Oh yeah, we having a grand old time. I got a little cube already started. Got
that gun looks like a monstrosity though.
It's got a UGL.
No, I see that, but like it's just like the sight is so far forward.
Oh, I don't know how to. I don't think I can adjust the sight position on this unless I can. Let me look.
Seriously?
Nope, I can't adjust the sight position.
What's it looking like looking through
it? Better than the irons.
Seriously? That's actually funny.
Like whenever I build weapons on Turkov, I usually try and put collimators pretty far forward on the top of the rail because it just feels more accurate. It's a smaller sight picture, but like as long as I have the sight window somewhere close to the enemy, it feels like it pretty much like vacuums the bullets to it. That's what it feels like. Currently doing a co-op with home renovations, and I'm working roughly 9 or so hours per day. However, only working 3 days a week. That sounds like a pretty good shift. I mean, you don't not quite working a good 40, but yeah, nine hours a day, 3 days a week to me would be fairly relaxing, given my current situation of 412s. Hell, I worked a 14-hour shift on my birthday. Couldn't believe it. We had a lot of stuff we had to get knocked out. Let's see. Pieces, wood floor, craft that. Craft it twice? I would love to craft it twice. And then just a little bit of this Gadilman right there, up on this yonder. I love that I bring out my axe for crafting. Snap that up here.
As one does with an axe.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely what I think of when I think of an axe, is crafting and making things.
Absolutely. Craft this in an up here direction. I've successfully placed wood floor. Why is it not rendered in? Is it because this tree's blocking it? It might be because this tree's blocking it. I might have to remove that and then put it back, or run over the bush with the tractor. The tractor could be sticking up to it. Really telling it how it feels about it. There we go. Nearly flattened my tractor with that tree. No, it rendered. It rendered. As soon as I got rid of the tree, it rendered. That's huge. Unlike me, Chad. Okay. Materia such as planks. I forgot my logs go in the tractor and not in my backpack. I've been playing way too many factory-style games where I expect that... I don't know if that fart came over the mic, but I'm sorry. Where I expect that the materials that I've been farming are going to snap right into me. Okay, give me 2 more floor kits. Primizily, so that I can finish this overhang up here to properly honeycomb out my general vicinity. How many... Didn't I have a floor kit in my bag? Or am I stupid? I think I'm stupid. Anyway, I should probably ask, how are you doing? Well, you don't have to. Don't feel like you're forced to ask me how I'm doing. I mean, I appreciate the sentiment, I do. But yeah, I'm doing good. I'm about to be going to Darlington tomorrow with my sisters to watch the race. So, I'll be leaving out of here pretty early in the morning, because South Carolina is a fairly far piece away. And you know the embarrassing thing about it? Whenever they said Darlington, I didn't know that Darlington was in South Carolina. I thought it was in Tennessee. So I was expecting to have to drive to Tennessee tomorrow. And I have been mentally preparing myself to drive to Tennessee. And I've also been telling all of my coworkers, yeah, we're going to drive up to Darlington, Tennessee to watch the NASCAR race on Sunday. And nobody ever said anything. Nobody ever tried to correct me. Nobody ever said, Darlington, Tennessee? What? Darlington Speedway in Tennessee, huh? They,
Sounds like proposals.
yeah, didn't show me any love whatsoever. This isn't aligned properly. I'm about to floss.
Oh god.
Oh, it's actually this is bad. Hang on, move this. There we go. And then 3, and then snap, and then elevate. Okay, and then snap. And that's the start of something absolutely special. Look at there. Now it's aligned properly. Now I can sleep tonight. I'm huge. Get the rest of my logs out of here. And I gotta make the rest of these walls around here. So that eventually I have a 9x9 with a core that is locked. And obviously I can honeycomb it further from there if the need arises based on the lutifications that I do at this junctuary. Okay. Good stuff happening. Excellent. Why did that not rotate properly? Am I going to have to call the police? There we go.
calling the police. On like one of these DayZ servers, dude. That'd be a very interesting one that I would love to listen into.
Oh yes, that would be a call for the ages.
Oh
yeah. Materials. Plankifications. Craft 8 times. And then in addition to that, wood pieces. Wood walls. Craft 2 times. Although I would prefer to craft it 8 times. That would make things quicker, easier. Alright. Starting to get a bit out from where I need to be here. I'm going to wind up with somebody rolling under there if I don't put a floor there, but I'll handle that in just a second. I need to get this tree out of here, so the tree remover moves it.
So you got any grenades for that UBGL there, or what?
Not yet. I haven't been to any military, like any major military areas. I found this particular gun inside of a barracks as I was passing through somewhere, but I didn't stop to actually look for any grenades.
Oh, gotcha.
Out of the tractor. Give me a bunch of logs, and then I need to put a tree remover right here so that it gets rid of those trees.
So how's the map like on the server? Is it all PvP, or is there PvE zones?
It is almost exclusively PvP. There's safe zones to go and sell things, and that is it. Just like AOG was.
It's like Green Mountain and stuff. Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, Green Mountain and then Gorka.
Yeah, that's your name.
Okay, and then put a tree remover right here.
You know, I will say overall that is something that I did like about that one DayZ server we were playing on, is that it kind of was split map, half PvE, half PvP.
Yeah, I like that design a lot. I mean, it works for DayZ because I feel like Chernogorsk is bigger in DayZ than it is in ARMA 3, even though the map takes up exactly the same amount of size. There's just the proliferation of vehicles in the AEOG style is, it just makes the map feel smaller because you can traverse it so much quicker.
I think as well you run a bit faster in ARMA.
Oh, that's definitely true. Absolutely.
And like I feel like you don't run out of stamina either is quick.
Now, in this, there is no stamina. You can sprint indefinitely in this. Does that empty stump stop trees from spawning? It should. Whenever server restarts in 3 hours and 20 minutes, when I will hopefully be asleep, it should just prevent any of these trees from spawning within 30 meters of this block. Now, if I stand directly on top of it, and then place down a marker on me, there it is. How far away will that go? So it says 30 meters. That is what is on the tin. So upon server restart, it should prevent any trees from spawning up to this far away. In Thizzery. I don't necessarily have to build one right there because there's already one inside of the box here. But I just want to double up to be 100% sure. Because I don't want to spawn in and then be bamboozlified by a tree. There's nothing worse than being bamboozlified by trees, let me tell you something. You'll never be the same. Materia. Planks. 8 of those, which leads to 2 walls. Again, I wish there were hotkeys for this, and I complained about that back whenever I was building my base way back in the day. I wish there were just hotkeys so that I don't have to keep.
Yeah, I think I remember you talking about that when you were
It's
regaling it.
It's so frustrating to have to deal with that. Who goes there?
There go Harley.
There go a Harley?
Hey, Frank.
Maximum number of objects reached. I have to go add to my base. I have to go buy additional space. Golly. Oh, all right. Yo, Renalius, would you be down for repo tomorrow at like 4 or 5 p.m.? Thinking of going to a concert, but if you're down for repo, I won't go. No, go to the concert, buddy, because I'm not going to be here at 4 or 5 p.m. I'm going to be in South Carolina at a race. I probably won't get home until like 11, maybe midnight, like in there tomorrow. But I'll definitely be down to repo. And I'm not working Monday just because of the stupendous time that I'm going to be getting home tomorrow night. So... yeah, we can hit repo. If not, like late tomorrow night into the morning, then definitely Monday. Absolutely, because I'm always looking to play repo. Such a good game, dude. So yeah, I've got to go buy more space because I've reached the asset limit for a level 1 base. Very frustrating. Now, one thing I do need to do before I skip scamper away, delete that, and I need to put a mark on my base that is inside chat rather than group chat. Hopefully, it will last through restarts.
The bombastics inside the server chat on this ARMA server right now are crazy.
There's a lot of crazy stuff that gets said.
There's a funny extended message there a minute ago.
Let me get the logs out of here. Lock this back just in case I get bamboozlified. Monday, I'm not a play until morning type person. I'm getting to the point where I'm not either. I mean, I just, you know, sometimes like Factorio or Satisfactory or this, like a game that I love with all my heart, then sure, I will spend a handy amount of time with it, or repo. But yeah, it's not always the case. I'm going to drop those logs because that's only 2 logs. They'll despawn. It's fine. I'm not worried about it. Logs are, in case you didn't notice, plentiful. And I gotta go to the office, which is located... I think I'll go to the Green Mountain one. Ooh. Did I lock the door? Yes, I did. Okay. Go to the office of Green Mountain and get my base asset limit expanded by means of purchasifications.
That tractor is your main source of transportation?
Yes, absolutely.
That is magnificent.
Blistering.
Fast, dude.
Blistering along at 36 kilometers.
Why is it so fast? Oh my god.
Well, by comparison, the quad bike moves at 80.
Ooh. Still, that's a fast tractor.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Normally, tractors don't like go over 15. But yeah, is this that Yandere chainsaw regurgitation or whatever the hell it was that you were talking about in Discord over? Because I thought that got rescheduled for the 17th. Alright, what is Kruger talking about here? My goodness. The kids these days with their being pranced around in leashes. And I thought the COD community was weird.
Oh god.
I'm gonna go to Magloveka while I'm driving by just to try and stock this thing up so that whenever I eventually, in a couple of years, arrive at the safe zone destination I've chosen... Oof. Safe zone destination I've chosen, I will be able to sell some stuff.
Dude, I can't with the server chat on the server.
It's pretty goofy.
Oh, what the fuck?
I've been doing it
Some
all the time.
interesting folk.
You remembered the name? How would I not remember such a redonkuloid name? I love the squalling tires of the tractor on the grass out here. That is fantastic. The sound effects are really, really on par with reality. But at least whenever I slam into a tree, it doesn't immediately explode.
Hey, that's nice.
Problem with it being, of course, if I do hit a tree, I can't just pack it up and that solves everything like I can with the quad, but it does have more towing capacity and it's lockable. So that is beneficial to my sinister plans.
You just gotta pick up the quad every time then instead of locking.
Yeah, because it doesn't have a lock on it, so it has to be in my inventory and take up space. But if it does get damaged, the solution to repairing it is just to pick it back up and put it down again, which is big. What's up, Skill? How you doing, buddy? Most maneuverable tractor I've ever seen. Oh yeah, dude. Watch out! I'm gonna pop a kickflip on this thing here in a second. Look at this.
Okay.
Here, I'm gonna unmute. I'm gonna unmute the game so that you can hear the squalling of the tires. Thing is getting it. Can harvest so much corn on this thing.
Chalk corn. It's coming.
Like 6 other bands tickets. Only $15 to go watch a concert with over 6 bands playing at it. That's not bad. Yeah, that's a steal. Where is this at? I know one place it's not. It's not at the Savannah Civic Center. That place never does deals like that. Mogaleveka. Mogadishu. These nuts. I want to try and find... The reason I'm coming over here is because sniper rifles can spawn in houses. And they're, like, anywhere from 900 to 1,500 apiece, depending on which model spawns. Lock this just in case I perish. So, I'm waiting for the rolling respawn wave here of all the loots. There it goes. What is that? Cooked cat food. Okay, we out here eating cat food. Got you. Okay. Now, I am about to run out of ammo for this. So, let me cast aside this like an old glove and pick up the Sig Sauer here in its place.
Alright, man, I'm gonna head to bed. I'm tired as hell.
Alright, bud, have a good
Day
night.
was
Thanks,
overly exhausting.
thanks for
Good night,
dropping
man.
by. Have a good night.
Yeah, good night, yeah.
I need speed.
Forgot that I named this world. I named it.
What is this? 900. Let's see what kind of goofy shenanigans you've been up to, Harleficent Magnus of Horizontal Development.
Comedic genius. Comedic genius. Okay. Sorry. That was important.
I feel enriched for having looked at it.
You're telling me.
You're into groove, Jackson.
In the old groove.
Meow. Yes, that's. I refuse to say that whenever I eat that. By the way, that's not going to happen. Glorious knockwurst.
I wouldn't say it's the worst.
Extension cord. These are big. For some reason, like, this is very valuable to people on the black market. 30 caps for the sale price, which is less than ideal, but I'll take it regardless, because if it's valuable to other people, it's valuable to me. It's at the 1720 warehouse, a place I would describe as an apocalyptic mutant tweaker Hellzone 2 electric boogaloo. Take your word for it. Sounds slightly less than Gooch Malone. A flare pistol? For what? And that's a carry handle sight? Yeah, miss me with that. I hate carry handle optics.
All case to see you coming.
Can I sneak through the gap? I can, provided I knock the fence down. Okay. Thanks. Needless to say, I'm not looting this house right here. Just, okay? Just. See, I did just see Moody Malamute. Thank you for the follow on Twitch, buddy. Appreciate that. I did not notice that. Yes, as a matter of fact, I stream on both YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. And have been for since Subnautica, actually, back in December.
Oh, I remember Subnautica. That was a great game.
That's not the description.
That was a great experience.
Listen.
It's really an incredible experience watching you play.
Incredible indeed to play, dude. Golly, that was an experience worth missing right there. Oh my gosh, dude, the meow again.
Meow.
I have once again acquired cat food.
Meow.
Meow. Nom noms on cat food cutely. How much is this shotgun? 600? It's acceptable.
Nom nom on cat food.
I thought ARMA was a war game, not a corn farmer simulator. Oh, it could be both. Oh, you have to understand. ARMA is the skeleton key of video games. One of the greatest games ever created. Absolutely up there with the likes of things like Warframe. Yes, I guess.
Subnautica.
So it's not on the same. No, Subnautica. If you've got ARMA 3s up here, you got Subnautica's like. Subnautica's about down here. I would say.
Roughly, give or take.
EOTech. Okay, collimators being discovered.
What if it was PO-Tech instead of EO-Tech?
Yeah, well, that'll be one of them situations. Let me get the stuff out of here so that I can quit wearing blue and exchange it for pink stripes. That's big. Hey, you haven't fought in a war until you've worn a pink striped t-shirt and cargo pants. Let me tell you something, Sonny. Okay, so esto, Trigicon, short range, sight. Short range, short range. My range is so short. Get this crap out of there so that I can hopefully I'm packing all of these less than stellar weapons in here, knowing full well that the moment that I find a rifle, I'm going to cast aside all these little tiny guns just to be able to grab the better models, but it's part of looting. You gotta You gotta grab stuff until you have better stuff to replace. Okay, still got a decent amount of stuff, space in here. Now, why did I hear the church gong going off? Is there somebody nearby? Where is the church in relation to me? Church gongs going off in this game means that there is something afoot. I don't see anybody. But now I'm somewhat reluctant to relocate my tractor. There's a zombie right there. I'm going to go ahead and bust his ass real quick. Unless he's tracking somebody because he's walking away. Nah, but he's looking over his shoulder at me. I guess he just didn't want to smoke. One time I was chilling outside the venue and this Fent fiend was trying to steal a bike. He hopped on it and the momentum bashed him up against the wall. And then he got back up and tried to do it again. Fell the exact same way again, then security got him. He actually fell like 3 times before security booted him. Also at a concert, a 70-year-old guy went bananas and was fighting a group of like 5 dudes, including me. Decked me in the face, but that's a story for another day. If he had been in his prime, I think it would have... Good gracious, dude. I like people, and I like being at like gatherings of large amounts of people, but... if that's what goes down at the concerts, then like I'd rather not. Did you hear that?
That's what I went.
That's an NPC truck. I almost got clapped by NPCs. Alright, well that was spookylicious. Dude was 7 years old. He must have been on super crack to take on 5 dudes. I mean, you can't underestimate old man strength. That's when they get you. Duct tape, I think I need this to repair a vehicle. So seedless to watermelon, I will be taking that. Junk metal. Don't mind if I do. Thank you.
Those who do.
Yes. Da or not da, that is the queen.
Yep.
Shotguns for 600. Not a bad one. Not a bad price. Some raisins. I will stuff them in my meh. Ooh. Hello, little bruzin' cousin the third. Good lord. Was missing quite a few times there. That was embarrassing. Crack power, yeah, it's unbeatable by a normal mortal man. Quite unsettling. Thankfully, I haven't had to bear witness to such awesome power myself in my own personal life, however. Videos do it justice, I do believe. Ooh, hello. There we go. Finally spawned in. What is that? SVD? That's big money! That's 1,500! I'm huge! Yeah, well, that was hiding. Multi-pocketed vest. And then there's something hiding right here. Another stupid carry handle with integrated 3.5 optics. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm not doing that. Not doing that. I'm not going. You can't goon, Mark. You mustn't. Again with the bell over here. Ah, there's a Zambalamba red pajama right over there. Can't quite tell if he's screaming or crying for his mama. Let's see. Don't need that shoddy. Okay, can't jump over that. What is this? Farmer's sniper shit. Okay, don't need that. What about this one? Army rifle. I don't know how much this is worth, so let me throw down the shotgun. Okay, let me put the junk metal in here, and then okay, I can't. Oh, I could. Nope, I'm good. It's not worth it. I guarantee it's not worth it. I will not work it. Okay. What is this adorable little slam fire shotgun? Okay, how much does it sell for? 600. From what I understand, slam firing is slightly less than fun. For your face. Okay. Let's see here. Don't think a UFC fighter could take on a rock-powered bum. It's one of them situations. Imagine a rock-powered UFC fighter, though. All right, with skill, thank you so much for stopping by, buddy. Have a good one. Got to go back to the truck because I've got a bag full and I need to deposit and then probably relocate just a skosh now that that NPC van or truck or whatever it was, machine gun turret is gone. How did that miss? Oh, it's not missing. This dude's just really hard to get rid of. My gosh. This dude's a trooper. Had nothing on him. Actually, did they have... Something I didn't consider is the possibility they might have tabs in their pockets. Because that's... I feel like that was a thing. Unless I am misremembering, I thought that zombies could spawn with pop tabs in their inventory. Have to take a gander at it. What's up, Krusty Milk? How you doing, buddy? Exile still got players. Love to see it. Oh, yeah. There's 34 people on the server right now, and it's not even peak hours. Excuse me? Yeah, I'm excited to see it. I remember the good old days of AEOG way back in the day. Whenever I was but a young warthog, it was so much fun.
You have to be a warthog to know.
Yes, warthogs only. .com.
Warthog.com.
This vehicle looks fine. I don't think it does. I think it looks like a tractor. Anyways, we continue continue on our merry little jaunt here, in a thatwardly direction, because I've got to... Am I going the right way? Yes, I am. I got to go expand my base perimeter, and then go and use up all of my logs again. Anyway, could you tell the Twitch viewers I could take them one-on-one? I want to establish dominance. Well, I mean, given the fact that you said it, and the chat pops up on the screen above my head, I believe they got the message, but also why?
Watch out now.
Huh. Are you trying to start a gang war between two different platforms? Come on now. You don't realize the effect that your words have on people. I miss it, miss ARMA 2. I never even played ARMA 2, and I feel like I missed a lot of good stuff happening, because that's where PUBG was created, that's where DayZ was created, like, the foundation for so many different staple games were birthed in ARMA 2. Zub. I'm at Zub. So many staple games were birthed in ARMA 2. And I never played it. I would like peace, YouTube. Love always wins. That's huge! Peace always is an option. As is love. As is tractors. And the act of weaving in between trees. Huh! This is squalling my tires on grass as I about to let it get away from me. I was serious earlier whenever I said I parachuted off of a jet ski in this game. You gotta understand, ARMA vehicle physics are something to be marveled at. I think I actually did it on stream in one of my Code 4 Gaming King of the Hill playthroughs where no, I parachuted out of a Strider. That's what it was. That was in Code 4. Parachuting out of a jet ski happened in AEOG during the Rainy Nights playthrough 2020. So many goofy things that you could do on cars, dude. One of my favorite things to do on Code 4 Gaming servers was hunting the Spawnvik. I called myself a Spawnvik John Wick. As far as I'm aware, I still hold the record for the most spawn vehicle kills in a match. But yeah, I liked ramming ground vehicles into other ground vehicles. You're only allowed to do that. You are not allowed to ram air vehicles into anything, but ground vehicles are fair game. And I once rammed an Osprey. What do they call it? It's not a Blackhawk. It's a Blackfish, maybe? I think it's called a Blackfish. I rammed a Blackfish carrying 10 people with a quad and blew it up. Blew myself up in the process, but I got so many vehicle kills off of bonking them with a quad. It was glorious. Because vehicle physics make no sense. IRL, a quad would be flatter than my foot if it met the front of a vertical takeoff craft. But in ARMA, magic happens left and right. YouTube viewers better than Twitch viewers. I'm willing to die for my game. I love you all equally! Damn it. It looks like y'all came to a satisfying conclusion. I will allow it. Don't make me stamp my foot. Or put my hands on my hips akimbo thusly. Give you a very cross expression. Should you be misbehaving. Yeah. Is that another? That's another vehicle. Hang on. I might be huge. That's a hatchback. Ooh, that is delicious. If I could have this, I would be mucho apreciado. Get in as driver. I mean, the glass is all broken out of it, but... Uh-huh. I'm going to drive over Hyundai, lock this, and then go get that hatchback and use that instead, because it drives much, much faster. It does slide a good bit more. If I remember right, the traction on it is god-awful, but it's a bit of an upgrade. Krusty Milk, thank you for the follow on Twitch, buddy. Much appreciated. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. I remember this, dude. This is some white-knuckle driving right here. Trying to navigate one of these things without dying to the nearest big thing. Or small thing, actually, because bushes also can be quite painful. Can I remove the code lock on this thing? I can't.
I don't know what to say about me, you know why? Because I got a girl that bellows. She blows into me like a bellows and I blast her with that intergalactic baby batter. What the fuck is Obamacare? Hey Obama, I don't care.
That's what I was about to say.
Elver dropping in with the sick rhymes yet again, ladies and gentlemen. If you do not attend Elver's concerts, I will smash you flatter than my foot. Let's see here. Inventory. Take all of those and then lock the tractor. Inventory of the back of the hatch variety. I didn't drop anything on the ground. Okay, I did not drust.
No drusting.
No drusting allowed. This is a no drust zone.
So to say.
They go another Zambalamba red pajama. I am going to mark the location of my tractor.
Are you sure?
Are you sure? You need to mark. Okay. Oh, hello. Did you hear that sliding noise? Be safe in that hatchback. It might slide into a wall. I just about guarantee it. Let me go over here and pop this zombie as well before he causes any sort of confusion. See here, more raisins. Anyways, good night, Reyn. I gotta open up the store tomorrow. I don't want to get 7 lashings from my boss if I don't work fast enough. Oh yeah, you gotta watch out for the boss with the lashings now. Dude, there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, this dude had 2 hand sanitizers on him. Hand sanitizers are very expensive. I gotta go. Crud cookies. Have a good night, Elver. Thank you so much for hanging out, buddy. Appreciate you. Always a pleasure to have you, buddy. And enjoy the concert too. And like I said, Monday we can play repo all you want. But I'll text you whenever I am available on that Monday. Whenever we get back. Because I'd like to start it pretty early in the day if we can. That way we can have plenty of time, because Monday night, I gotta go to bed at like 8 so that I can get up at 4 so that I can get to work. Situations. You know. Alright. Come over here to the waste dump. My vehicle has been refueled. I'm huge right now. Okay. Now check the inventory, because there's something I don't want to be sold out of this car. Junk metal. That's what it was. And then... yeah, I'll sell the rest. So specifically the inventory, not the car itself. 5,850 caparoos. That is magnicious. Thank you, sir. Very polite guy. You know what? I appreciate you. Park over here, nice and out of everybody's way. There we go. And let's see. I don't think I have anything to trade out of my inventory. No, I don't. But as far as... yeah, hardware. How much do code locks go for? 5,000? Ugh. Ugh. That's a lot. But I'll take it. Because I want this hatchback to be mine. Is it just a bunch of zeros? Wrong pin. Wow, the lag is insane. Oh my gosh, this thing is lagging so hard. Alright. I have a sneakalicious suspicious based on the fact that I cannot claim ownership of it, that I actually did steal somebody else's car. And if I can't lock it, I can't keep it. Make sure that it has nothing good, like I absent-mindedly put in there. That is annoying. Oh, something I do need to do, though. Put the hand sanitizer inside of the car so it gets sold. Okay. And you and do the thing you do. This thing was only 2,000 caps to sell. That is awful. At least I got my money back for my code lock. Just park it. Remember where you parked. The problem is people can steal it, because stealing cars... I mean, I just happened upon this person's car and just stole it earlier. So yeah, I don't want that happening to me. The only reason I've even kept the tractor on hand is because I code locked it. Because it's a random spawn. So, yeah, that was unfortunate. That's unfortunate. How much are hatchbacks, actually? Where's the vehicle guy? Because that is an important question. There he is. Thought I saw him. Purchase vehicle. Hatchbacks are 4,000. I guess I could buy a hatchback. I mean, it's better than the tractor. It moves faster. I think I'll go with the gray mom hatchback here. All right, what should my code be? Let's see. It is 1:26 at night. What should my code be? Harley, give me a four number code.
6969. Before you praise me for my creativity, I know.
You know, they say artists are not appreciated until they're dead.
Yeah.
You may not
Luckily-
be dead, but I appreciate you for your art. I'm huge. All right. So that brings me down to 2910. So get out of here. Lock it. That's big. I'm big. Simple to the average onlooker, but when you peel back the layers, very, very complex and nuanced individual positive repute. I have one box of screws. Yeah, I don't really have anything that I have to worry about in here, so I'm just gonna go ahead and go. And oh, I forgot. My bad. Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay, after me then. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Gentlemanly sort. So, how much is it to upgrade my territory to level 2? 10,000. Oh! Okay. Alright. Same to you, buddy. Okay. Upgrade the territory of the Bruznaika variety. Now has a new radius of 25 meters. But what about the asset limit, though? It doesn't actually say. It doesn't say what the asset limit is. It just says the locker limits. Ilias just transferred me 5,000. Thank you so fucking much, dude. I was... Air. Look, I don't know why you just transferred me 5,000, buddy, but I appreciate you and I love you so much. Thank you so much, buddy. You have a good day. Nice man. Good Lord. Thank you. All right. Well, with that being said... So I have a code lock. That is a thing that I'm currently in the possession thereof. And... The big thing here is I now have a tractor, but it is a long way from my base and by proxy my virtual garage. Where did my marker go? What? Cancel that. Objective. Side channel. Home. Okay. There we are. Yes. Excellent. Why did the marker get deleted? It's peculiar. Alright. Carrying right along. Now that I actually have some additional space, I can go back and add to the base. Blistering along at 170 kilometers an hour. Oh my lord, that is way too fast. I don't have a need for that much speed. Why home so far south? Because I like Electro and Cherno. Like, I have an emotional bond with those towns. I have spent so much time in Chernogorsk camping rooftops and sniping at freshly spawned Bambis. Waiting for them to go get guns and then coming outside. Like, one day... trees! Okay. One day I had like 26 kills without moving. I had so many domination kills, it was stupid. Just sitting up on the roof farming. And people became aware that there was a sniper terrorizing the town of Cherno, and they were coming out with helicopters mounted with machine guns trying to kill me. One of them eventually did, but not before I shot down 2 helicopters. Because I went up there not just with my AR, with the 100-round drum mags, but also an anti-material rifle. So, yeah, I caused a major panic on AEOG that day with the proliferation of snipage that was going on that roof. And thus, I just always come back to Cherno. If I play DayZ, I always come back to Cherno. All roads lead back to Cherno and Electro. Now, I tried at the very beginning of the stream, about an hour and 15 in, and we've been going live for 4 hours now. At the very beginning, I tried to build a base on a hill called Pikkalavka, or Pizkalavka, or Pikkalazka. I'll show it on the map in just a second. This mountain right here, Pikkalazka, or Kozlova. This mountain used to be where I would build bases. I loved having a base up here because it's so hard to get to that it makes it where it's very hard to raid. And I was in a guild called Overwatch for several wipes, and we lived in a base up here that was just pristine. It was so good. We had a level 10 base for so long. Nobody dicked with us. Somebody tried to raid us, and we repelled it so easily because it's up on a mountain. You can easily get the higher ground on everybody that tries to come at you. Like, the only way to really raid it was to land a helicopter on top of it and beat down into it, and that was just too hard. But yeah, Cherno is very near and dear to my heart, and Electro is also very, very good. I love these two cities. But yeah, that plus the fact that there's a safe zone not too far away, and Electro is a Bambi spawn. So, yeah, just good advantages all around. Yeah, it's very memorable, dude. I had so many good times there. It was also a good place to find cement bags, because cement bags are very important for late game crafting of your base and reinforcing stuff. And underneath the highest tower, like there's a chemical silo or a grain silo or a clay silo, whatever kind of a storage container tower that is, underneath that are a bunch of chemical tanks, and loot would spawn on the roofs of those tanks. And so as I'm sitting up there sniping, I can look down and there's 4 loot spawns on top of each tank. And the loot would cycle every, 20, 30 minutes. So if I'm sitting up there for 3 or 4 hours, I'm just looking down there at the loot respawning in waves, and I would see cement bags pop in. And so I would clamber back down with a ladder climb that would make Metal Gear Solid 3 choke, and just hoard cement bags. It was fantastic. Even though they were on a 1% drop chance, I mean, I'm looking at the top of a bunch of chemical tanks with 4 spawns on top of them and just sitting there for hours staring at them. So... Am I good? My car's fine. Okay. There's a base for you. Uh-huh. Dude's been doing a little bit of painting. He's got all those green textures on the side of the walls. Now, I don't know. I haven't been to Cherno yet. I will be making a trip to Cherno, obviously, at some point soon, to know if this server has those loot spawns on top of those tanks, or even if that tower is accessible. Because there was an argument for a long time made on AEOG to remove the ladder so that I would quit getting up there. And they never did. And I appreciated them for that. You know what? Let's see, what have I got in my inventory right now? I've got a code lock and junk. I accidentally activated my night vision. Ooh, there's a 4-tier mission going on there right now. Yeah, I'll come back at a later date. Bro, I was the terror of Cherno now, I'm telling you. I had an entire stream dedicated to just churning Cherno. I didn't know what that was. That was a rock. I could not tell what that was from a distance. It wasn't rendering properly, or my eyes weren't rendering properly. Who knows, really? I'm going to pull up that stream recording in just a second. Because it's always fun looking back at the old AEOG streams and remembering a better time. Because it was a very good time of my life. Even though it was 2020 and most of the world was on fire and most people were not exactly enjoying life. It was, in my little bubble, it was a good time. The only drawback of it was my grandfather had passed like a year prior. But, you know, when I think of him, I remember all the good times that we had more than anything else. So that didn't really darken it that much. Yeah. Okay. Pretty quiet. Doors are all closed. Glad to see the neighbors aren't making a ruckus. Okay. Brosnaika. The name Elver gave this place Brosnaika being Russian for cranberries. Nothing going on there. Lock that. And let's get back to building. Let's see here. Close that. Lock that. Okay. That's huge. Balota used to be my favorite spot for PvP. I like the airstrip over there. Yeah, Belota's really good. I am seeing that there is a mission there now. An occupation mission. I farted. But yeah, these well, like the APC tower over here, and then you got the barracks or the hangars, whatever that. Yeah, that's the hangars. That's a good little town too. And then coming over here for like food spawns is always fun. Do like Balota. I think I named a stream Balota Poverty Line one time because I just didn't have any money. Let's see. Let me get the what's it called up. I want to look at this stream real quick now that I'm back at the base and safely inside. Although, I do need to make sure that I've... Yeah, I've locked that. Okay. Let's see. Do a little bit of this action. A little bit of this action. And then... my videos. Live stream. Playlists. Playlists? Yes. Thank you for the 4 likes on the YouTube stream, by the way. Appreciate that. AEOG live streams. Videos. There we go. Oh, yes. A rocky start, making excellent progress if only we had known. Losing millions in moments was a very stressful stream for me. I think we had a gas or something that got blown up, and it had a lot of our loot and stuff in it, as if we never even started. Yeah. Man. Having lost half of our possessions yesterday, we tried to regain our losses and secure our bases. Bambi timer runs down, which sounds like, man, I was so invested in this game. It was so much fun. Black Hawk Nightmare, Himmet Attack on Sleeping Cherno, Sector X, which was an 11-hour long stream. Like that just I would sit here for hours and hours on end playing this. So much fun. Grand Theft Chernogorsk stream. Oppressing the South Beach Towns. That's what this was called. Starting with an electro occupation mission that picked up a few new players and set out to lock down the southern Bambi cities. Look at that! Oh my gosh, this was my background. I love that Goddess Honest background. What?
Absolutely.
What did he say?
That submarine is on my mind, but we'll do it when you get back.
My voice hasn't changed a bit, has it?
Or we could start with, because they respawn continuously. We can go ahead and start with it and get a feel for it, and then take you away whenever we are more confident in ourselves.
Driving around in my Himmet.
Have attempted it a couple times. I really don't think we're gonna need S-stars.
No.
Not to begin with.
It says 138 views. Dude, I have over 730 videos on my channel. And so many of them are old live streams like this one that haven't gotten an impression or a suggestion in somebody's feed in years. Like, just so much of my channel is, like, dead underground content. Alright. A little bit of drivifications. Anything special happen? Let's see what's going on 20 minutes later.
Grab that LMG.
Oh, I'm a Bambi. What happened?
And that's right at the bottom of the building that I was standing next to.
You could tell by how washed out it is that I didn't have NVGs on and I was using gamma, the gamma boosting to be able to see at night because it's so dark at nighttime in this. Almost 9K subs is awesome though. Yeah, it's really cool to be able to see that grow over time. It has grown a lot slower lately because I was in a clan called A Lot of Damage. LADA. Wow. Oh my god, that UI with the chub machine. Ha. Sloth machine, whatever it is.
Deer blind, just watching. Waiting, anticipating.
Flash Hurt, the person that I was just messaging, was the leader of a clan that we were allied with, and I wanted to make sure I wasn't about to friendly fire them trying to complete this mission here at Electro. But yeah, most of the subs that I have on this channel came from 2 videos about construction. And because I don't want to talk about construction because construction is my job for a couple more days. Yeah, the construction related videos brought a bunch of people to the channel, and since I prefer to just talk about whatever I want to talk about, yeah, I don't produce very many construction related videos, and thus growth stagnates. Because I typecast myself, I guess. Best way I can describe it. Alright, so how about daytime? What's going on? Ooh. Ooh, they go a fight?
I don't know why I haven't died in the hospital. It's kind of odd.
I'm by myself now. SCP Lewis is logged off. So I'm trying to get involved. I love chasing shots in this game, dude. I was such a fiend.
There they go. Okay, where's that NPC at?
Looking at the clock tower because there's a ladder on the back right corner that you can get up to the roof with.
There's old me.
There's old me. I just died at this window. So I'm coming back to the same window, presumably because I died to an NPC. I never revisited the same spot if I just died to a player.
Alright, where is this cat?
Really out there wanting fights? Yes, I chase shots so hard. I also chase shots a lot in Warzone because, I don't know, it just feels like I win more gunfights if I play recklessly. Like in Warzone, whenever I would play and actually try to win, my strategy was always to land, get an assassination mission, or whatever you call that, where you hunt another player, go and kill them, use that loot to buy a UAV, and then hunt someone else. And then just constantly looting and buying more UAVs. And I won so many matches like that in Modern Warfare 3's Warzone. On, what was that stupid desert map that I hated?
Yeah, he just fired it.
Not Al Mazrah. Urzikstan. I won so many matches in Urzikstan just hunting people the entire match from the beginning to the end and spamming UAVs.
This dude's wearing my helmet.
I'm taking shots. Taking shots. Oh my gosh. Don't just sit there.
Fuck me, man. There's nowhere to hide near this box.
Well, then dig them out of the hole that they're in. You silly.
To be able to loot it. Nice laptop. In the bag. Got a lot of food off of there.
Vehicle repair kits. That used to be, like, duct tape is the main way that you repaired vehicles on the server, and then vehicle repair kits was, like, multi-use duct tape. But how did I get this? What did I do?
Mags for what that's worth. Now that he's discovered the function of the spud cannon.
Huh? The spud cannon? What are you talking about? What is this slang? Oh! Oh! The blind fire through glass! Glass is notoriously hard to penetrate in ARMA. Man. Wearing the Comtacs. Look at this dude. Uh-huh.
Let me identify the body so I can find out who's over here. I can't fucking identify this creep.
Damn.
Oh shit.
Game's jank. Part of the charm. At least that's what I tell myself to cope. Who am I about to catch now? Audio in stairwells was terrible. It was so hard to tell where people were. Oh! Oh!
No.
Oh, it was so good. He ran right into it. I got an Alton now.
Who were you? No,
I didn't.
Don't look in his inventory. Identify him as Lyrus.
Lyrus. Uh-huh. I don't remember this person, which goes to show how often I saw them. Oh, yes, dude. Man, this is the good stuff right here. Where else did I... Because I think in this stream I had a 17 kill streak. See right here.
regards to all that, but you do your thing. What the fuck? Swap to your weapon and decide upon doing that, sir. Is this game really glitchy? Absolutely not. Thought. HOT thought.
Thought, yes.
Absolutely nothing wrong with ARMA. 200. I don't remember how much this backpack has.
Anything else happen? Like, I know that there was a lot of gunfighting, but I don't remember where in the stream it happened. I don't know. I'm not going to eat up a whole bunch of airtime because it's almost 2 o'clock. If you want to watch this, Oppressing the South Beach Towns is a stream in my A Year in AEOG playlist where I played a whole bunch of AEOG. Server is no longer around, unfortunately. I wish that it was, but it got deleted. I thought I heard somebody walking out here. That scared the piss out of me. Who is that? There's a fucking dude over here. Hang on. There's a dude. There's a dude at my base. There's a dead guy laying right there. Give me a sec. This is suddenly, now there's a problem. Alright, Krusty, appreciate that, bud. There's actually, there's been fighting outside of my base. And I didn't even realize it. Like, I'm not being raided right now, right? No. And my map marker's gone. I see him. He's like right over there. Give me a sec. I might get this guy. I don't know. I can't see because of the trees. Where is this guy? Bad part is I don't like standing still here because I know he's jockeying for a better position. No idea. There's at least two. I am but a leaf in the wind. Oh no, I can't safety roll anymore. Come on, come on, come on. Can't safety roll up hills. Can't run up hills either. I want to loot that body, if I can. He had a Bergen. An Instadoc, a knife ×2, huh, a deployable quad, that's adorable. Everybody needs a deployable quad in their life. He had no sniper. More deployable quads. What is this gun? He had a Falcon with various guns in it. And then a Lee Edenfield with a APS scope. I'll take that. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling. That dude had a satchel charge in his bag. I stole a satchel charge from that guy. Worst time I have to take a call, but I'll be watching. Good luck. Thank you. I'm safe. Oh man, this dude had a lot of loot. He had a suppressor for a 6.5. Good lord. Okay. All right. Well, I have acquired loot. Because a gunfight happened outside my house. Sorry to the deceased. But yeah, that Bergen, that is the biggest backpack in the game. And ghillie suit on a server that has no grass, kind of meaningless, kind of cosmetic, but still loot. Go ahead and take my saw and make another storage crate. Ah, I need one more plank. Crud. Now, I have a log. So give me a more log. And then in addition to that, go in here, do the materials. Plank. Craft that. Craft that as well. And then storage. Storage. Do another one. Craft that. Construct. There it is. Now, I can't put a code lock on it. That's annoying. Combine the mags. That's some pistol mags that were kind of floating around there. Alright. Big loot. Big loot. Acquired bigly.
That's big.
Yes. It's huge even. Okay. Alright, so with that being said, give me these nuts. And I shall eat these. Man, I'm kind of scared to go out of my house now. I guess easy. It's easy to fight in this game when I know how many people there are and where they're located. I had no clue here. I'm going to go grab a drink real quick, and then I got to call it. It's 2 o'clock. Yeah, let me just go ahead and get off here. I will log off with my valuable stuff in my bag. The things that are difficult to acquire. There we go. And that'll be that. It is locked. Okay. So yeah, it's been almost 5 hours, and I need to go to bed so that I can get up at a decent time tomorrow to go and do things. There we go. But let's see. Albert, thank you so much, buddy, for hanging out for so long. Appreciate you. Krusty Milk, thank you for stopping by as well, and the follow on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. One Skill 24, thank you for stopping by earlier whenever I was riding around on the tractor. Not the typical Canadian, thank you for stopping by as well. Slay No More, appreciate you for stopping by. Zindy, always a pleasure to have you, brother. Squo Outdoors, thank you for stopping by in the beginning. Bellinard and Harley, thank y'all for hanging out as well. And preventing me from being all lonely and sad and shit. But
that'll be funny.
I'm gonna get back on probably Monday. Because I don't see how I'm going to be able to do anything tomorrow. But we'll see what the day holds. Y'all have a hilarious evening.
Bye, chat.